Chapter 9:51. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the two hurried out and saw Zietjen coming back. "Dummy, where did you go?" Binger asked anxiously. Dummy looked at Binger and smiled foolishly. Then he raised the things in his hands, which were two dead fat rabbits. "These are wild rabbits." Seeing the things in Dummy's hands, Binger opened her eyes wide. The old man also exclaimed, "You left before dawn. Did you go to hunt wild rabbits?" Unfortunately, Zietjen, who was only controlled by half of his remnant thought, couldn't answer. He just smiled foolishly with the two rabbits in his hands. But it seemed to be a happy smile. Binger threw herself into Zietjen's arms and cried, "Who dares to say our Dummy is a fool? Dummy is not a fool. Dummy went to find food." Looking at the two rabbits in Zietjen's hands, old John also sighed and sighed. He almost burst into tears. Little Dumb is not stupid. That day, Binger's happy smile came from the small room, because Dummy was not a fool. Old John cooked a pot of rabbit meat for the two of them, which was delicious. Zietjen smiled foolishly, and Binger ate happily. Old John also had a satisfied smile on his face. The three of them were like a family of three, happy and harmonious. But that day, old John still went out to find food, but he only found some wild vegetables. In the evening, he put some water in the rabbit meat and heated some wild vegetables. That was a meal. The three of them only ate 2 meals a day and ate more than half of the rabbit. As for the other one, old John kept it for the next day. The next day, before dawn, Zietjen disappeared again. After the two of them found it, they didn't panic too much. They kept waiting. As expected, Zietjen appeared again at dawn. This time, Zietjen held a wild rabbit in one hand and a pheasant in the other hand. This remnant thought followed Zietjen's order and only hunted some small things. Seeing these two things, old John laughed heartily and said, "Dummy is not stupid." Dumbo was not stupid indeed, because in the following days, Zietjen would go out before dawn every day. When he came back at dawn, he always carried 2 things in his hands, which were pheasants, hares, and other small animals. 2 hares a day was enough for 3 people to eat, and there was still plenty left. The days of the 3 gradually improved. In old Jang's courtyard, there were many rabbit skins hanging out to dry. In addition to the rabbit skins, there was also some dried meat. These were all things that couldn't be eaten and had accumulated. They were sprinkled with some salt and then dried. Another day, Zietjen came back with 2 dead pheasants in his hands. Seeing the pheasants, Binger said, "Shall die, we still have a lot of food. We don't need to hunt all day." Zietjen just smiled and didn't say anything, but he still brought food back the next day. This was Zietjen's order, so the remnant thought could carry it out easily. Finally, Binger couldn't help saying, "Shall die, you can kill those pheasants and hares, but I don't know if you can catch them alive. We have a lot of food now, which is enough for us to eat for a while. Why don't you catch some alive? We can raise them and eat eggs." Zietjen was still smiling foolishly, but because Binger had a new request, Zietjen was woken up by the remnant thought at night when the world was silent. After waking up, Zietjen quickly checked the remnant thought's memory and found nothing serious. Then he said, "Since she wants to raise them, just catch some alive, but not too many. She is a girl and not a cultivator, so she has little strength. You leave early tomorrow and we've a bigger cage for her with hard rattan. Catch some pheasants and put them in it." After the order was delivered, Zietjen fell asleep again, and the remnant thought took over. The next day, Zietjen left early. He left the room and went straight to the mountain outside the tribe. He couldn't use skills, but he was already very fast with the speed brought by his body. He was very fast and landed silently. After arriving at the mountain forest, he began to look for rattan. Then he raised his knife and cut off the rattan directly with a flash of light. The remnant thought carried out Zietjen's order very well. Soon there were a lot of rattan around. After that, Zietjen quickly removed the unwanted branches around and began to weave a wooden cage. After the wooden dragon was finished, Zietjen began to catch pheasants again. This time he caught more pheasants, 10 of them, and they were all alive. After finishing all this, Zichen went back quickly with the wooden cage before dawn. When the sky was just bright, Binger and old Zhang heard the cry of pheasants. When they followed the sound and came out, they were stunned. They saw a big wooden cage in the yard. 10 live pheasants were walking back and forth in the wooden cage. Some of them were flapping their wings. Obviously, they wanted to rush out. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then they looked at Zichen. Binger said, "Little Dumb, it's you, isn't it?" Zichen smiled foolishly and didn't say anything, because the remnant thought couldn't speak. After knowing that Little Dumb wasn't stupid, they didn't lower their heads when they went out and faced the ridicule of others. Instead, they held their heads high. "Zhang Yubing, you let the fool live in your house. Do you want to be the fool's wife?" A young man sneered. Binger said loudly, "Little Dumb is not stupid. He is not a fool." Others laughed. "He's called Little Dumb, not stupid. It seems that you really like that fool." "So what? He's not stupid. I'm willing to marry him," Binger said. Zichen behind her smiled foolishly when he heard that. "Hey, come and see. That fool can smile. I don't think he's stupid." Laughter came out. Everyone was still laughing at old Zhang's family. But when they saw the jerky, rabbit skins, and live pheasants and hares in old Zhang's yard, they couldn't laugh anymore. They asked where these things came from. Old Zhang and Binger proudly said that they were from Little Dumb. Everyone looked at Little Dumb in a different way. During this time, old Zhang also used these rabbit skins to exchange for some rice and other daily necessities. Although their life was still not rich, it was much better than before. Besides, they had meat to eat all day. It seemed that their life had surpassed the living standard of many people in the village. At some point, the laughter of the two gradually faded away. When everyone looked at them again, there was a touch of jealousy in their eyes. Not everyone could hunt wild hares and pheasants. Only the hunters in the village could hunt them. But even so, these two things were definitely good things. Not every family could eat them every meal. One day, after Zichen caught a wild fox, he became even more envious. This was because it was an extremely pure white fox, and its fur was in perfect condition. Old Zhang sold it for an extremely good price. 2 months after Zichen woke up, the situation in old Zhang's family had completely changed. His wooden house was renovated and the yard was re-enclosed. In the enlarged yard, there were several big wooden cages. There were more and more living things in the cages. The weather was getting colder. The villagers' harvest was getting less and less. Life became harder and harder. But old Zhang's life was getting better and better. Of course, for this small tribe, having enough food was a symbol of a good life. After all, there were no cultivators here. There were no resources. Everyone's only standard of living was to eat their fill. Seeing old Zhang's living conditions getting better and better, many people were jealous. Some people began to regret that they shouldn't have been so ruthless. But who would have thought that a fool would know how to hunt? Moreover, he was an expert hunter. He never went out empty-handed. But now, it was undoubtedly too late to build a good relationship with old Zhang. Old Zhang was a kind person. When he found out that some people's conditions were not good and they didn't have enough food, he would bring Zichen and Bing, to give them some jerky. There were more than 100 families in the village. Not everyone was mean and snobbish. Everyone was Xiao Fei's family. After receiving benefits, many villagers felt guilty. Old Zhang didn't give food to everyone. For example, Xiao Fei's family didn't. Those who received food were grateful. Those who didn't were naturally jealous. Bing, look who's here. A voice came from outside the yard. Hearing Xiao Fei's voice, Bing frowned. To be honest, she hated this Xiao Fei more and more. When Zichen came back, he asked for an intact bull hide. After he found out that Zichen was a cultivator, he returned it. But when he found out that Zichen was an idiot, not only did he take the bull hide, he even took half of it. Bing ignored him. Old Zhang wasn't home either. Zichen was laughing foolishly. The devil ape was jumping up and down in the yard. Xiao Fei's voice came again. Bing opened the door. We're here to buy monkeys. Zhang Xiao Fei, I've told you many times. I'm not selling monkeys. Give up. Bing Er's eyes were filled with disgust. She shouted at the door. Bing open the door first. This time, it's not me who wants to buy. It's someone from the neighboring Lu village. The famous Lu Sun, do you know him? The door opened and Bing said unhappily, I've said it before. I'm not selling monkeys. I'm not selling them to anyone. At that moment, the devil ape jumped onto Bing Er's shoulder and looked at the person outside the door in confusion. His eyes flashed and he looked very intelligent, but in fact his situation was the same as Zichen's. His soul was in a deep sleep. But at this moment, Zichen looked like an idiot. As for the devil ape, although it wasn't an idiot, its intelligence was close to zero. It was completely a young battle ape. Next to Xiao Fei stood a young man of about 21 or 22 years old. He was wearing a mink coat. Although it wasn't very cold, he wrapped himself in layers. His face was a little pale. This wasn't because of the cold weather, but because he had lost too much energy in his body. It meant that his body was completely hollowed out by alcohol and women. His small body was very weak. When the young man saw Bing his eyes lit up. Then he saw the devil ape and nodded. Obviously, he was very satisfied with both humans and beasts. As soon as Bing finished speaking, she was about to close the door again, but a hand stopped her. It was Lu Sun. He held the door with one hand and grabbed Bing Oi's hand with the other. He smiled and said, You're Bing, right? Your monkey is not bad. I like it. Let's discuss the price. As he spoke, he grabbed Bing Er's hand. Bing took a step back and tried to break free. But the other party was very strong. She couldn't break free. Let go of me. Bing shouted. Hee, don't be nervous. I'm just here to buy monkeys. Lu Sun smiled. The next moment, he walked in and grabbed Bing Er's hand. Chapter 952. Bing Er was young and beautiful. Although she hadn't fully developed, she was definitely a little beauty. In the small village, there had been quite a few people who had been thinking about Bing Er, especially Xiao Fei's family. But the villagers were stupid. Because of Zichen's arrival, they were afraid of being implicated. So they had been alienating the family, mocking and ridiculing them. But even so, there were many people who didn't have the guts, but had the intention. Zhang Xiaofei's face changed when he saw Lu Sun holding Bing Er's hand. At the moment, he was confused and conflicted. On the one hand, he was in awe of Lu Sun because he was from Lu village. Lu village was not as big as Zhang village. It was a big and famous village. In addition to awe, Zhang Xiaofei also admired Lu Sun. He thought that Lu Sun was so decisive. If he had held Bing Er's hand, maybe they would have done it already. While he was thinking, he heard Bing Er's cry, followed by a crisp sound. Zhang Xiaofei didn't know what happened. He felt dizzy and Lu Sun, who was in front of him, disappeared. Then he heard a scream behind him. He looked back and saw Lu Sun lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. 5 finger marks appeared on his face. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofei was shocked. Lu Sun was actually beaten up. This was bad. He turned around again and saw the fool. The fool was standing in front of Bing Er. The fool's smile was gone, replaced by a foolish calmness. You dare to beat Lu Sun. Zhang Xiaofei pointed at Zichen and said with a trembling voice. Zichen naturally did not speak. Bing Er did not speak either because she was just like Zhang Xiaofei, scared silly. What kind of person was Lu Sun? She did not know him, but that did not stop her from hearing his name. Zhang Xiaofei used to mention Lu Sun in front of her. It was said that his family was rich and powerful. He was very famous in this area, and few people dared to offend him. But today he was beaten by Dumbo. Although Dumbo did it for her, and she was very touched, she soon became afraid. But then she thought that Dumbo was a cultivator and he might have scruples. You dare to beat me. Lu Sun stood up, covering half of his face and staring at Zichen with hatred. Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He was as calm as ever. Zhang Xiaofei hurried forward and whispered in his ear. What? Lu Sun's expression changed. A cultivator, he's a cultivator. Zhang Xiaofei nodded. Yes, but he's a fool. A fool cultivator. Idiot. Is a cultivator so powerful that he can just casually beat people up? I am here to buy monkeys. I came with sincerity, only to be beaten up. Tell me, how should we solve this? Lu Sun said coldly to Bing. Bing was at a loss of what to do. Naturally, there was nothing she could do. Zi Qin, on the other hand, did not know how to speak. He just stood there like a fool. Seeing that the two of them did not respond, Lu Sun thought that they were afraid and said, Cultivators? Do you think I've never seen cultivators? There are different realms in cultivators, strong and weak. You're so young. Even if you're a cultivator, you're still very weak. Moreover, our Lu village has a cultivator now, an immortal god cultivator who can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. How can a mere brat like you compare to him? Hearing this, Bing was immediately frightened. She looked at Lu Sun in horror and asked, You, what do you want? Lu Sun sneered and stepped forward. Light flashed in his eyes. As long as you. Before he could finish, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. The other half of his face was also slapped. He was sent flying. Both sides of his face were swollen. He said angrily, You dare to hit me? But his words were destined to receive no answer. And because Zi Chen had attacked twice, the devil ape's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just as Lu Sun stood up, he jumped towards Lu Sun. Like a flash of black light, Lu Sun once again felt a huge force in front of him as his entire body was sent flying once again. Zhang Xiaofei's eyes widened in horror. He only saw the little monkey lightly step on Lu Sun's body, and the latter was sent flying. Oh my God! He screamed and ran to the distance. But when he ran, he did not forget to drag Lu Sun. Lu Sun ran away, but his voice echoed in the small Zhang village. Wait for me. I will bring an immortal god cultivator to flatten your small Zhang village. Hearing this voice, Bing Ai's face immediately turned pale. She thought to herself, It's over. Lu Sun was scared to tears and left Zhang village. He just came to buy a monkey, but he did not expect to be beaten. 2 slaps and 10 red finger marks. This was humiliation. This justice, he thought. Second uncle would definitely seek justice for him. His second uncle was the so-called immortal god cultivator. When he was young, he went out. Now he had returned from learning martial arts and could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. When old Zhang returned home, he saw Bing. Er's face was not right. He immediately asked, Bing, cried and told him what happened just now. Old Zhang's face changed greatly. He looked at Zi Qin. Dumbo, you. Old Zhang looked at Dumbo. Dumbo gave him a silly smile. Well done, old Zhang said loudly. Then he pulled Dumbo and Bing and said, Come with me. We can't stay here any longer. After saying this, the 3 of them were about to leave, even abandoning their property. Let's go. Old Zhang, where are you going? A cold voice sounded. Then there was a series of footsteps. Looking out from the fenced yard, many villagers came and surrounded the small yard from the outside. The leader was a middle-aged man with a strong back and a bare waist. He was tall and strong. Beside him was a slightly thin young man. He was Zhang Xiaofei. The middle-aged man was Zhang Xiaofei's father, Zhang Fei. He was a famous hunter in the village. What do you mean? Old Zhang looked at the crowd. What do we mean? This fool beat someone, and others came to make trouble. What do you think we mean? Zhang Fei said coldly. He provoked me first, and it was Zhang Xiaofei. He brought Lu Sun here. Bing said loudly. I just brought people to buy monkeys. Who knew that you would not sell and beat people? Zhang Xiaofei snorted. I told you long ago that I'm not selling. Bing did not back down. Zhang Fei interrupted the conversation between the two and said to old Zhang, Old Zhang, this started with your family. You have to solve it. Old Zhang nodded and said, Okay, I'll stay. Let them go. Zhang Fei laughed and said, Is it possible? What if the Lu family brings immortals and immortals here and can't find the culprit? What if they vent their anger on us? You can't go. You can't go. There were shouts all around. Just as the crowd stopped old Zhang, Lu Sun had already run home crying. At this moment, a young man and his family was about to leave. He said to a middle-aged man, Big brother, I'm leaving. The middle-aged man was Lu Sun's father. He urged him to stay. Second brother, you've only been back for a few days. Why don't you stay for a few more days? The young man shook his head and said, No, I still have things to do. Lu Sun's house was a big house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. All of them were made of stone. There were servants and evil slaves in the house. It was one of the top houses in this area. Because there was an extra cultivator in the house, an immortal god cultivator at that, it caused the house's status to rise and become the #1 house in this area. Lu Sun cried as he ran in. When he saw his father and second uncle, he cried even louder. Lu Sun's father looked at his son and frowned. The young man asked with concern, Sun, what happened to you? Were you bullied? Lu Sun opened his hands, revealing the clear fingerprints on his face. Seeing the fingerprints, Lu Sun's father was furious. The young man frowned, slightly but did not care. Who did this? Lu Sun's father asked angrily. Cultivator, Lu Sun said. Lu Sun's father was immediately discouraged. He was just a mortal with some strength. How could he dare to go against a cultivator? He could not help but look at his second brother. Lu Sun looked at the young man anxiously and said, Second uncle, you have to seek justice for me. The young man frowned and his expression turned cold. Hitting his nephew at this time was undoubtedly a slap to his face. He asked, Where is the cultivator from? He's from Zhang village. An idiot. He's very young. Everyone says he's a cultivator and is very strong. Lu Sun cried, Idiot cultivator. The young man frowned again. Second uncle, I only went to his house to buy something. Who knew that there was a vixen in his house who seduced me and wanted to cheat me of my money. I didn't want to, so he hit me. Lu Sun's words were somewhat credible. The young man did not care. Since he was going to leave, he might as well do something for his family. Thus his brows relaxed, and he asked with a smile, Then, Sun, how are you going to deal with them? Kill the idiot and leave the girl. Lu Sun did not hold back. However, as if that was not enough, he added, and teach the people of Zhang village a lesson. Let them know who they should touch and who they should not. Okay, follow me. The young man laughed and then left with Lu Sun in his sleeve. Seeing that he was flying, Lu Sun was shocked at first. However, he quickly got used to it and shouted and laughed excitedly. Sun, you don't have to be like this. I've already left a cultivation technique for your father. Cultivate well in your free time. Who knows, you might be able to fly one day. The young man smiled. Really? Lu Sun's eyes lit up. Of course. Just as they were talking, they arrived at the place where Zhang village was. Lu Sun saw Ziqin and the group of villagers below. He pointed down and said there. The 2 of them descended from the sky, causing waves of exclamations. Immortal God, it's really an immortal God. Oh my God, Lu Sun really brought an immortal God here. An immortal God that can fly. Just as the 2 of them landed, the villagers' eyes were filled with respect. At this moment, Zhang Fei walked out and said respectfully to the 2 of them, Lord Immortal God, we know that the idiot hit young Master Lu Sun. So we gathered the villagers here to stop them from escaping. What, they still want to run? Lu Sun shrieked. Yes, young Master Lu Sun. When we came, the 3 of them wanted to leave, but we stopped them. The young man's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Ziqin. Among the 3 of them, the other 2 looked ordinary. The one who could be a cultivator was naturally Ziqin. Looking at Ziqin, the young man once again used his spiritual senses to scan Ziqin, trying to see through him completely. Chapter 953. You're the only one who's still a cultivator, the young man said as he looked up and down and scanned the area with his spiritual senses. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that this fool was not a cultivator? Zi-chan would not answer, but he did not laugh this time. Instead, he looked at the young man quietly. You don't have any elemental force. You only have some strength. If you can be called a cultivator, then the cultivators in this world would be as common as dogs, the young man said sarcastically. So he's not a cultivator. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. At the same time, they were gloating. He wasn't a cultivator, yet he had provoked a cultivator. Clearly, this was simply courting death. Once this fool was gone, old Zhang's days would be very difficult. Oh no, once this fool died, old Zhang would probably have no future. Second uncle, kill this fool. Kill that old man too. This slut has to stay. This is the price she has to pay for seducing me, Lu Sin said hatefully. The young man stood still. A murderous vibe surged around him. This murderous vibe was locked onto Zi-chin. As a Dan Essence cultivator, he had to be vigilant. Although his opponent did not have any elemental force, his physical strength was not weak. It was surprising that a fool could have such strong strength. However, after he used his spiritual senses to probe the other party several times and did not find anything unexpected, he was completely relieved. His murderous intent engulfed Zi-chin and the two people beside him. Their faces turned pale, and old man Zhang took 5 steps back. His face was aghast, and he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bing Er's face was also pale, but she did not cough out blood. This was done deliberately by the young man. However, the murderous vibe still made Bing Er feel suffocated. She could not even move. She wanted to stand in front of Zi-chin, but she realized that she could not move. At this moment, Zi-chin took a step forward and blocked Bing Er. Seeing Zi-chin's not imposing figure, Bing Er's frightened heart calmed down. It was as if this back could support her. Interesting, the young man sneered when he saw that Zi-chin was not affected by the pressure. Then he approached Zi-chin step by step. As he got closer, the murderous vibe around him became even scarier. As the murderous vibe spread, the surrounding villagers quickly retreated. It was as if the place where Zi-chin was had turned into a world of ice. Zi-chin's expression was blank. His body was trembling as if he could not withstand the murderous vibe. The young man sneered, and the situation before his eyes was clearly beyond the scope of what the remnant consciousness could handle. Zi-chin's body trembled, but he didn't kneel down. The young man looked surprised, and then he took 2 more steps forward. His 2 steps were 2 meters, and now he was only 3 meters away from Zi-chin. For a cultivator, a distance of 3 meters could be covered in a single step. Once he launched an attack, he would definitely be killed immediately. However, the young man clearly did not want to let Zi-chin die so easily. He stared fixedly at Zi-chin and pushed his aura to the limit. He shouted, "Kneel!" The space in the surroundings madly twisted as ripples spread out, giving off a terrifying power. The wooden fences and doors in the surroundings were reduced to dust by the spatial distortions. The other villagers' faces were filled with terror as they retreated another 10 meters or so, looking at this scene in shock. "Kneel! Kneel!" The young man roared at Zi-chin as his terrifying aura rushed towards Zi-chin wave after wave. Zi-chin's face became more and more pained. It seemed like he could collapse at any moment, but he didn't. "Kneel!" The young man roared again. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a flash of light in the eyes of the idiot in front of him. This light flashed like lightning, illuminating the young man's sea of consciousness. He did not know why, but after seeing the light in the young man's eyes, he felt a dangerous aura. Although he didn't know why he felt danger, he still decided to trust his senses at this moment. As a result, he stopped advancing and retreated. However, before he could even take a step back, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. The fool, who was 3 meters away a moment ago, was in front of him in the next moment. His speed was comparable to teleportation. Then he could only watch as the other party stretched out his hand and slapped his face. In the young man's eyes, the fool's speed was very slow. Every action took more than 10 breaths of time. Moreover, he could see every action clearly. He could even predict that this action would land on his face. He could see and sense it, but he couldn't dodge it. The young man realized that the fool's speed was slow, but he felt that his speed was even slower than the fool's. If the fool's speed was that of a tortoise, then he was the speed of a snail. It was as if he had lost control of his body and couldn't dodge the attack at all. Slap! An extremely crisp sound was heard. The young man felt as if his face was hit by a mountain, and his face was directly stuck to the mountain. Under this huge force, the young man's face trembled visibly. Then, half of his teeth spat out from his mouth along with blood, and his whole body flew dozens of meters away. Seeing that the godlike young man was sent flying with a slap, the surrounding villagers were all stunned. Lu Sun, who was still arrogant just a moment ago, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His own second uncle was sent flying with a slap. Sneak attack, this is a sneak attack. Just as these words appeared in his mind, he saw the fool in front of him move and then disappear. In the next moment, he heard another loud slap. This slap landed on the other half of the young man's face, and the other half of his teeth flew out as well. After being slapped twice, the young man's face was filled with shock and horror. Until now, he still couldn't feel any yuanli from his opponent, but these 2 slaps made him unable to fight back. At this moment, Zi Chen's eyes were still lifeless, but his face was no longer lifeless. Instead, it was cold and ruthless. After the young man was sent flying, Zi Chen didn't immediately attack again. This gave the young man time to catch his breath. A light flashed in his hand, and a sharp sword appeared. The sharp sword was surging with a terrifying aura. This was an elixir weapon. Under the control of an inner core elite, the energy ripples it created could even cut through space. Seeing this, the villagers retreated dozens of meters again. Die. Holding the sharp sword, he slashed towards Zi Chen fiercely. The space was cut open by the sword like a piece of cloth. A huge crack appeared behind the sword. The young man had a hideous smile on his face. It was as if he could already see how this guy with great strength, but no yuanli, would be cut in half by his sword. Bang! But in reality, just as the sword light was about to reach him, Zi Chen slapped out again. This slap first shattered the sword light, then the long sword itself. The rest of the force also sent the young man flying again. This time, the young man's face was completely filled with fear. 3 words appeared in his mind. Undefeatable. Fear rose in his heart. He turned around and was about to run away. But just as he flew up, he felt a darkness above his head. He looked up instinctively and saw a huge foot coming towards him. Bang! He was stepped on right in the nose. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then his body fell to the ground again. Facing Zi Chen, the young man could not fight back at all. The people around him were already stunned. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Zi Chen was like a real immortal. His expression was cold and his attacks were merciless. Just as the young man got up from the ground, Zi Chen kicked him over or slapped him down. It was very easy. Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. While rolling on the ground, the young man sent out his spiritual thoughts to beg for mercy. Bang! However, Zi Chen did not respond. As soon as the young man got up, he would knock him down again. Many of the young man's bones had already been broken, and his injuries were extremely serious. In the end, even the spiritual thoughts he sent out to beg for mercy were much weaker. In the eyes of the surrounding villagers, Zichin had already transformed from an immortal to a god-fiend. His cold decisiveness made their hearts tremble and turn cold. Every time Zichin hit the young man, the corners of their mouths would twitch. It was as if the attacks were landing on their bodies. At this moment, Zichin had an overwhelming advantage. Naturally, victory was within his grasp. Around him, the faces of the villagers became more and more unpleasant. They stared at each other. Then their eyes fell on Zhang Fei and Zhang Xiaofei. They had already made up their minds. "You can't kill me. This was the young man's last sentence. It was a begging for mercy and also a threat. Unfortunately, both were useless. After Zichen's last attack, the young man fell and never got up again. Seeing his second uncle being beaten to death, Lu Sun was so scared that he peed his pants. At this moment, Zichun turned his head and his eyes fell on him. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lord Immortal, please don't kill me." Lu Sun lost control of his bladder, but he did not care. At this moment, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, Zichen was just a remnant of consciousness. Naturally, he would not speak. He only pointed at Lu Sun. As his finger fell, a golden energy fell on Lu Sun's body. Then, Lu Sun's entire body began to glow. Pum! When the golden light was as bright as a golden sun, Lu Sun's body exploded with a bang. He disappeared into thin air and turned into nothingness. Immediately after, Zichun pointed a finger at the young man. The young man's body also exploded without any warning. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. You could hear a pin drop. All the villagers were petrified. They looked at Zichun in a daze. Their feelings at this moment could no longer be described with words. Bing naturally cried, but it was also a silent cry. Old Zhang fell to the ground with his mouth wide open. He was so shocked that he could not say a word. Chapter 954. Zichen pointed at the stone block, and a golden light shot out. When the golden light landed on the stone stool, the entire stone stool turned into a dazzling golden color, as if it was made of gold. The stone block did not explode. After the golden light disappeared, the villagers around were shocked to find that the original stone block had turned golden. The brilliant color was the color of gold, turning stone into gold. This was even more shocking to the villagers than the previous murder. It was much more intense. Gold was the common currency among mortals. Such a big piece of gold was enough to let the villagers of Zhang Village live a very rich and luxurious life. The stone block turned into gold, shining with golden light. With a shake, the whole stone block fell apart, and it had been divided into a finger-long gold bar. The aura and coercion that surged around Danyuan had completely destroyed the courtyard. The surrounding fences disappeared, and so did the wooden door. Even the pheasants and hares that Zichen had caught in the courtyard were all dead. The wooden house behind was broken in many places and needed to be repaired. Zichen withdrew his finger and looked at old Zhang and the gold. Then he stepped forward and touched Binger's head. After that, his cold eyes glanced around the villagers. The clarity in his eyes disappeared, and his expression became dull again. The monster ape had been in Zichen's arms, and now it quietly showed its head. The villagers around were still in shock. Even if they saw the gold in front of them, they did not dare to step forward. Old Zhang was injured before, and now his face was pale. He limped toward the gold. It could be seen that the muscles on his face were twitching, and his expression was also excited and frightened. Wow, gold, so much! Binger also woke up. She glanced at the dull Zichin, but her eyes were soon attracted by the gold. She stepped forward quickly, grabbed a gold bar, put it in her mouth, and bit it gently. In an instant, there was a bite mark on it. She exclaimed, "Ah, it can be bitten. It's real. Dumbo, come and help. We are rich." Before Binger finished her words, she remembered that it was Zichin who changed it, and there was a touch of sadness on her face. At this moment, a person squatted beside her and began to pick up the gold bars on the ground. It was Dumbo. Xiao Dai, are you Xiao Dai? Binger looked at Zi-chan in a daze. Zi-chan gave Bing a silly smile. It's little Dai. It's little Dai. Binger smiled. She smiled happily. Old Zhang and his family laughed happily when they saw the glittering gold in front of them. Zi-chen was also laughing foolishly and stuffed the gold into his arms. In the distance, the hearts of the villagers turned cold, chilling cold. Zhang Xiaofei and Zhang Fei's expressions turned even uglier. I already said that I wouldn't come, but you insisted that we come. That's right. He already said that this matter was caused by your Xiaofei. He hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already looking for trouble. The other villagers opened their mouths and began to taunt and criticize the two. Zi-chen's display of power made the adult and child not dare to retort. After that, the other villagers came forward and greeted Old Zhang. Old Zhang, your house has been destroyed to this extent. You can't live there anymore. Why don't you come to my house? That's right. Take Binger and Xiao Dai to my house. My house is big. Let's go to my house. My house is closest to here. The villagers who were extremely strange just now became extremely enthusiastic at this moment. The contrast between before and after was huge. This enthusiasm made Binger have an illusion that they were all her family members, as close as her grandpa. Old Zhang stood up with a handful of gold bars in his hand and said, "No, I appreciate your kindness. We can still live here. Let's make do for the night. As for tomorrow, let's find someone to renovate it." Renovate? Old Zhang, what's the point of renovating this broken wooden house? Just build a stone house. That's right. Xiao Dai left you so much gold. I think he wants you to rebuild the stone house. The villagers spoke one after another. Old Zhang said, "That's right. With so much gold left, it's enough to build a big stone house. But I don't have any materials here, and it's difficult to find so many craftsmen in a short time." Hearing this, the villagers were not willing. "Old Zhang, this is your fault. Why do you still need to find craftsmen? We're all villagers and we can all help." "That's right. We're all good at building stone houses. As for materials, we have them everywhere. Don't worry. We'll go to move the materials for you early in the morning." Seeing the enthusiastic villagers, Old Zhang said, "Thank you. We'd better start tomorrow. I'll take care of your food and labor costs. You can eat meat for every meal. Of course, I won't take care of your accommodation." Everyone laughed and said that Old Zhang was too polite, but they also left with satisfaction. Everyone would be jealous of Old Zhang's gold. But with Zi-chan here, no one dared to have any evil thoughts. The scene of Lu Sun exploding with only one finger was still vivid in their minds. After everyone had left, Old Zhang brought Bing and Zi-chan back to their room. It had to be said that this was the first time he had so much gold, and Old Zhang was so excited that he could not sleep. That night, Old Zhang was destined to not be able to sleep well. Zi-chen slept next to him, but he still woke up several times at night. Every time he got up, he would touch the gold on the bed to see if it was still there. Old Zhang didn't sleep well the whole night. The next day, Old Zhang was still full of energy. Binger and Zi-chen also got up early because the villagers had come earlier. Moreover, before dawn, they had already transported some stones to build a stone house. The stone house was built next to the wooden house. This was his place, so he didn't need to inform the village chief. So everyone began to get busy. They took out their tools and began to dig the foundation. The newly built house was a big stone house with 5 rooms and a yard. While everyone was working, Old Zhang took Binger and Zi-chen to cook for everyone. Old Zhang first cleaned up the wild hares and pheasants that had died yesterday and stewed meat for everyone at noon. After seeing the sumptuous meal that Old Zhang had prepared for everyone worked even harder. The weather was getting colder, and everyone's days were not very good. But working for Old Zhang gave them money and meat to eat, so everyone was naturally happy. During this time, Old Zhang went to the village chief's house and exchanged a gold bar for silver pieces. This gold bar weighed 10 taels, so it could be exchanged for 200 silver pieces. The village chief's house was a 2-story stone house. The village chief was a little mysterious, but he was a good person. That night, old John gave each of them half a tael of silver as a reward. Half a tael per person was a very generous reward. With meat to eat and silver to receive, everyone worked even harder. Moreover, more people came to help the next day. With more people, old John became even busier. Moreover, the stored food was gradually running out, so he had to buy more. 30 li away from Zhang village, there was a small market. Although the market was not big, it had everything. Old Zhang's movements did not change. He could not carry so many things at once, so he gave the money to the villagers and let them buy. With a lot of money on him, he was full of confidence. With enough confidence, he walked majestically. "Hey, you are from Zhang village, right?" Seeing the few people walking majestically, someone asked. "Yes, what's the matter?" "I heard that there is an immortal in your village who can turn stone into gold, right?" "Of course, he can really turn stone into gold." "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." With a touch of his finger, the stone block turned into gold. And with a touch of his finger, the person exploded. Let me tell you, the immortal in our Zhang village is very strong. I saw him kill another immortal with my own eyes. Soon, the news spread throughout the market. Soon, everyone knew that an immortal had appeared in Zhang village, and that the immortal had displayed his magical powers. Furthermore, this news quickly spread to the other villages. One person spread to 10, and 10 to 100. The first to know the news was Lu Sun's father. When he learned that his brother and son were killed, he was furious, but his heart was also filled with endless fear. He even wanted to run away. Old Zhang's stone house was being built in a hustle and bustle. More and more villagers came to help, but the efficiency was getting lower and lower. Old Zhang didn't rush them, but let them do as they pleased. The gold bars left by Ziqin were coveted by everyone, and he got such a big benefit for no reason. It would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous, but they didn't dare to snatch it, so they could only earn more. Old Zhang didn't mind. Anyway, he had a lot of gold bars. Usually, 1 bar was enough to build a huge stone house. His situation was a bit special, but it didn't matter if he spent 4 or 5 bars. Anyway, Ziqin left a lot of them. Even if it was delayed, the stone house would eventually be finished. With the help of dozens of people, it took a month to build the stone house. The stone yard had a big iron gate, and there were chicken coops and rabbit nests in the yard. When the house was built, Ziqin went to the mountain again and caught a lot of living things. He even caught a baby white fox for Binger. The little white fox's eyes were shining, and it was very intelligent. Binger liked it very much. After the stone house was built, old Zhang and the other 2 people lived in it. During this period, someone urged old Zhang to hurry up and finish the marriage between Binger and Dumbo, because everyone knew that Dumbo's stupidity was temporary. Maybe he would wake up soon. By that time, what's done is done. Maybe they would even have a fat boy. Dumbo couldn't deny it, even if he wanted to. Binger blushed in embarrassment. Old Zhang, on the other hand, said that there was no hurry. Old Zhang wasn't in a hurry, but other villagers were. Some bad people wanted to marry their daughters to Dumbo, even if it was just a concubine. Dumbo, fox, monkey, time to eat. Along with Binger's voice, another day came. The news of turning stone into gold and the immortal cultivator had already spread to several villages around this month. Almost everyone in the market was talking about it. Even if a month had passed, it still didn't die down. On this day, several strangers came to the market. These people were very young and looked very extraordinary. After they arrived at the market, they scattered and gathered again after a while. "How is it?" When they came back, a young man wearing a flame robe asked, "There's no news about Luan. I only heard that recently there was an immortal who could turn stone into gold. Moreover, this immortal killed another immortal. There's a Lu village dozens of miles away from here. Luan's family may be there." Chapter 955. After a long period of recuperation, Zichen's condition improved a lot. Although his eyes were sluggish, the smile on his face was more natural. Although it couldn't be said to be like a spring breeze, if one didn't look at his eyes, one wouldn't be able to tell he was an idiot. The current Zichen didn't need the remnant thoughts to wake him up. He would wake up naturally. However, this mostly happened in the middle of the night. After waking up, Zichan would use a technique in an attempt to speed up the awakening of his soul remembrance. Over time, Zichan was able to stay awake for half a day. Before long, Zichan would be able to fully awaken. As for the devil ape, it recovered very quickly. Although it still looked young, its strength had recovered a lot. Bing was already 17 years old. She had reached the age where she could get married. Ever since she moved into the stone house, she found that she couldn't sleep. Every time she slept, she would dream of little Dai. As for the content of the dream, it was actually the two of them getting married. Every time she woke up, she was scared and regretful. Moreover, recently when she saw Zichen again, she would suddenly blush. Old Zhang saw all of this. Bing was a young girl yearning for love. However, if little Dai was always like this, old Zhang would be very happy to have the two of them together. However, little Dai naturally had times when he was awake. Old Zhang didn't know what little Dai was like when he was awake, so he wasn't in a rush for the two of them to get married. Another night, Zichen woke up. The moment he woke up, he furrowed his brows and said to the door, "Since you're here, show yourself." The door silently opened. An old man stood outside the door. Zichen didn't recognize this old man, but if old Zhang stood up, he would definitely recognize him. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the village chief of Zhang Village. My name is Zhang Feng," said the old man. Zichen looked at the old man with a trace of mockery in his eyes. A small Zhang village with less than 1,000 people. The village chief is actually at the great circle of primal core. The old man's expression immediately changed when his hidden realm was revealed. Zichen snorted again. "I'm not used to people using masks in front of me. If you do that, I'll think that you have malicious intentions. It's better to show your true face." The old man's expression changed again, and he glanced at Zichen again. Then his whole body glowed, and he turned from an old man to a middle-aged man full of vitality. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "My time is limited," Zichen said. The middle-aged man, Zhang Feng, stood outside the door and did not come in. Zichen did not invite him in either. Zhang Feng said, "Some time ago I went out for some business. When I came back, I happened to see you kill another Dan Essence cultivator. After that, I observed you and realized that you must have suffered some kind of unimaginable injury." Zichen frowned and said, "Just tell me why you're here. My time is limited, and I don't like people beating around the bush." Zhang Feng said, "All right, I want to know if you are in the primal core realm." "That's the reason." "I am," said Zichen. "So you are. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm here to find you to form an alliance." "Alliance? What alliance?" asked Zichen. "Have you heard of the mortal origin fruit?" asked Zhang Feng. "Mortal origin fruit." Zichen frowned and shook his head. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. There was actually a Dan Essence cultivator who had not heard of the mortal origin fruit. It was really strange. He said directly, "The mortal origin fruit is a strange fruit in the world. Its effect is to help a Dan Essence cultivator successfully break through to the mortal origin realm." Zichen's pupils shrank, and he whispered, "There's such a strange fruit in the world." Zhang Feng said, "Of course, the mortal origin fruit is one of the strange fruits in the world. Its effect is naturally very strong." Zichen asked, "Do you know where it is?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, but it's not ripe yet." Zichen said, "You've hidden your identity here for the mortal origin fruit. Now you want to find helpers? Could it be that others have found the mortal origin fruit?" "That's right. I've been guarding the mortal origin fruit for dozens of years. I thought that I had done a good job of keeping it a secret, but I didn't expect it to still be discovered. Recently, many cultivators have come here. They should all be here for the mortal origin fruit. As for that Lu family cultivator you killed, his name is Luan. He's one of the people who knows, said Zhang Feng. Although he's not a celestial expert, he's from the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Martial Heaven Alliance. Zichen frowned. Yes, the Martial Heaven Alliance. But if it was just that, I wouldn't have come to find you. I'm not worried about those Hotian cultivators of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but the Xiantian cultivators, said Zhang Feng. Xiantian cultivators? There are Xiantian cultivators here? Didn't they all go to the ancient road to train? A trace of surprise appeared on Zichen's face. Zhang Feng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Longchen to even know about the ancient road. He said, yes, some have gone to the ancient road, but some have stayed behind. The stronger one is, the more difficult it is to successfully break through to the mortal origin realm. If Xiantian cultivators know that the mortal origin fruit has appeared, they will definitely come to fight over it. The mortal origin fruit can be called a miraculous fruit in the human world. The most special thing about it is that it doesn't affect one's potential. Whether you're an ordinary core cultivator, a Hotian or Xiantian cultivator, you can all rely on the mortal origin fruit to break through. Zichen's expression changed. Then you're saying that if a spirit body obtains the mortal origin fruit, it can also rely on it to break through? Speaking of spirit bodies, Zhang Feng's expression changed. The mortal origin fruit contains the laws of the Martial Heaven continent. As long as you're on this continent, you can naturally break through. Spirit bodies are no exception. But each spirit body is a treasure, so the chances of one appearing is very small. You want to form an alliance with me because you think I can deal with Xiantian cultivators. I saw the battle between you and Lu En from the beginning to the end. You were able to easily kill him, so your battle strength is definitely not weak. Even if you're not a Xiantian cultivator, you're comparable to one. Zhang Feng said, what if I'm not a core cultivator? If you're not a core cultivator, then I'll think of a way to convince you to help me, or give you a reward to help me get the mortal origin fruit. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, of course we can form an alliance, and it won't be a problem to deal with Xiantian cultivators. But you have to tell me where the mortal origin fruit is. Zhang Feng shook his head. That won't do. I'll only take you there, not give you the map. There's still half a year before the mortal origin fruit ripens. During this time, I'll be guarding here, and you can focus on your recovery. Zichen pondered for a moment and nodded. He could fully recover in half a year. Outside the door, Zhang Feng suddenly smiled and said, the little girl in the next room seems to be interested in you. If you need help, I can teach you a set of yin and yang techniques. With the help of her vital yin, you should be able to recover quickly. Speaking of the yin-yang technique, Zichen recalled the jade slip that Mr. Wu had given him in the heavenly book world. That was also a kind of yin-yang technique, and it was a superior technique, but Mr. Wu had deviated from it. Zichen was slightly absent-minded. Zhang Feng continued, if you're willing, I can arrange a marriage for you. After you're married, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to feel burdened, because this is a yin and yang technique. It's very beneficial for both parties. Zichen waved his hand and said, no need. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, if you don't need it, then forget it. After he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's figure flashed and disappeared. I thought it would take a long time to enter the mortal origin stage. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful thing as the mortal origin fruit in this world. After Zhang Feng disappeared, Zichen's eyes flashed. He said, confidently, the mortal origin fruit will be mine. No one can stop me, not even the spiritual body. Old Zhang and Bing are in the next room didn't hear the conversation between Zichen and Zhang Feng. After a night of cultivation, the golden light on Zichen's body dissipated and he fell asleep again. After sleeping for 2 hours, Zichen was woken up by Bing, or when the sky was bright. Xiao Dai, there's a guest, Bing said. Zichen opened his eyes. There was still confusion in his eyes, but he smiled at Bing first. Bing pulled Zichen up and said, "Quickly get up and wash up." Under Bing Oi's supervision, Zichen finished washing up and went to the living room. In the living room, old Zhang was talking to someone. When Zichen saw this person, he was confused. "Come, little Dai, let me introduce you. This is our Zhang village's village chief. He is the highest official in our village." Bing pulled Zichen over, and at the same time sweetly called out Grandpa Village Chief. The village chief was an old man. It was Zhang Feng from last night, but Zichen didn't remember him. He smiled at him. Zhang Feng also smiled and nodded. He teased, "You're really talented. Old Zhang, let's get this done as soon as possible. Also, we can attend the wedding." It seems that there hasn't been a wedding in Zhang Village for a long time. The village chief of Zhang Village was an extremely mysterious person. Although his surname was Zhang, he was an outsider. However, he had lived here for a few decades and was very rich. He lived in a 2-story stone house and had a very high prestige among the village chiefs. He had been the village chief for a few decades. Old Zhang laughed and said, I'm thinking about it. Bing's face was like a ripe red apple. "Xiao Dai, little monkey, little fox, let's go outside to play." The two old men wanted to say something, so Bing took Zichen out. At the same time, she called the monster ape and the white fox. The mysterious village chief suddenly came and stayed for lunch, which made old Zhang feel a little flattered. However, old Zhang gradually got used to the village chief's occasional visits. The loss of his son and brother made Lu Meng sad, but he couldn't take revenge. He had been worried before, but when he found that the cultivators of Zhang Village didn't come to trouble him, he was relieved. However, there was still hatred in his heart. He spent almost all of his days thinking about how to avenge his son. However, he was just a mere mortal. If he could make a cultivator his enemy, then he would definitely be killed. One day, a voice suddenly came from outside. "You are Lu En's brother." Hearing the voice, Lu Meng walked out of the room, but he didn't find anyone. "Who is it?" he asked. "Look up." The voice came from the sky. Lu Meng looked up and saw several figures in the sky. He was completely stunned with his mouth wide open. He exclaimed, "Cultivators, powerful cultivators! You are not stupid. You didn't call us immortals." Just as he sneered, several people descended from the sky. Chapter 956. "Do you know Lu En?" the young man asked Lu Meng as he entered the room. Lu Meng nodded and immediately said, Yes, he is my younger brother. He was a cultivator and was very strong. I heard that he was in the primal core realm." "Where is he?" Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lu Meng's expression turned gloomy, "is dead." "Dead? Who killed him?" They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Lu En was a primal core realm cultivator, although he was in the middle stage of the primal core realm. In this place where there were no cultivators, he was undoubtedly a real immortal. But he was killed by someone. This was very strange. By a guy who could turn stone into gold. He killed my younger brother and my son. Then Lu Meng clenched his teeth and told them what happened that day. Of course, the version he told was based on what his son said. The general idea was that his son went to buy monkeys, but was seduced and blackmailed. Then he was beaten. Lu En, as his uncle, went to seek justice, but he never returned. Lu Meng cried his heart out. The pain of losing his son made him send his son off. The others listened with disdain. After asking for the location of Zhang Village, they walked towards it. On the way to Zhang Village, a cultivator said, "Young master, the situation should be clear." Lu En found the mortal essence fruit and told us. Coincidentally, he found that this place was not far from his home, so he went back. After a few days, he was about to leave when he saw his nephew being beaten up. He went to get back at him, but he was not strong enough. He did not get back at him and even lost his life. The young man in the flaming robe nodded and said, "What you mean is that Lu En's death was an accident, and we don't have to get involved in this mess, right? The cultivator quickly shook his head and said, "Not really, but I don't think it's necessary. I think finding the mortal essence fruit is the most important thing." The mortal essence fruit is indeed important. But don't you find it strange that in this place where mortals live, there is someone who can kill a primal core realm cultivator? The young man sneered. The cultivator's expression changed. Could it be that he is also here for the mortal essence fruit? Let's go and see. Once they arrived at Zhang village, they would naturally be able to find the cultivator with the Midas touch. Seeing the 5 immortals floating in the sky above the village, the villagers of Zhang village were all stunned. When they saw the 5 of them heading straight for old Zhang's house, their expressions immediately became complicated. When the 5 of them arrived, old Zhang was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with the village chief. Since he was well off, old Zhang naturally learned how to enjoy life. However, the things he bought were all trash, not as good as the village chief's. When old Zhang saw the 5 of them in the air, his face immediately changed. On the other hand, the village chief glanced at the 5 of them indifferently. Bing had brought Ziqin to the river to catch fish, and was not here. "You're the one who killed Luan." The young man looked around before his gaze landed on the village chief. It seemed that he was the only cultivator here. "Luan? Which Luan?" Zhang Feng asked calmly. The young man frowned. "Oh, you're talking about the one who stood up for the Lu clan, right? His name is Luan, and he's indeed a member of the Lu clan. He doesn't distinguish between good and evil and oppresses mortals." "Why? Are you here to stand up for him?" Zhang Feng asked. "Do you know who you've killed?" The young man did not answer the question. The village chief shook his head and said, "I know. A guy with a bad character can be called the scum of the cultivators." A ray of light flashed in the young man's eyes. The 4 people beside him were already prepared to attack. Once the young man spoke, the 4 of them would definitely kill the old man with lightning speed. The young man naturally did not come here to stand up for Luan, but to see the details of the other party. However, when he saw that the other party was an old man, he was more or less puzzled because the old man's qi and blood were not vigorous. Although his realm was at the peak, he had been in a bottleneck for many years. It looked like he was waiting for death here instead of snatching the mortal vitality fruit. He had no intention of paying attention to such a dying old man, and the other party was not a threat to him. At this moment, Bing Er's voice came from afar. It was Bing Er who had brought Ziqin back. Beside them was little Baihu, who had grown up a lot. She was carrying 2 big fish in her hands. She had a proud smile on her face and said, "Little Baihu, you're amazing. It's your first time out and you can catch big fish. I'll give you the fish head and bones later." In the air, the 5 of them saw Ziqin and his companion, as well as the little white fox. The little white fox was a rare spirit fox. If there was a way to cultivate, it could become a spirit beast. As for how far it could grow, it was hard to predict. As the 5 of them were all in the inner core realm, they were not far from the mortal realm. Naturally, they would not put a spirit fox in their eyes. The little girl was just a mortal with some talent. If there were enough resources, she could reach a certain level. However, her talent was average, so no one would be willing to spend so many resources on her. The last one was the young man. His body was not strong, but his qi and blood were vigorous. He was like a dormant beast. However, his spiritual sense was damaged, and his mind was in a mess. His eyes were dull like a fool. Abdomen did not have a trace of Yuanli, so he did not look like a cultivator. The little girl was startled when she saw the figures in the air, but she still ran to the front of the mortal old man. The dull cultivator also stood in front of the little girl, protecting them. "Looks like you killed Luan." The young man looked at Ziqin and said, "Because Lu Meng said it was done by a stupid cultivator." Ziqin reached out to protect the 2 people behind him and did not answer. "Young master, this is a fool. He won't understand you even if you talk to him." A cultivator next to him said, "Little dame is not stupid." Bing gathered her courage and said loudly, Little Dam is not stupid. The others laughed. Zhang Feng frowned and said, "If you are not here to help Lu In, please leave." The young man looked at the two deeply and said with a smile, "A fool and a dying man hiding in a mortal world. Interesting. Young master, what about us?" A cultivator next to him asked. "Let's go. Do you want us to lower ourselves to the level of a fool?" As for Lu En, he was killed by a fool. He deserved it. After saying that, the 5 of them turned and left. Seeing the 5 of them leave, the old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and he took a deep breath. After leaving Zhang village, a cultivator asked, "Young master, is there a problem with them?" The young man sneered, "What problem can there be? That fool, he really killed Luan." The cultivator asked, "Do you believe it?" The young man asked, and then looked at the others. "Do you believe that Luan was killed by that fool?" The others shook their heads, and one of them said, "How is that possible? That fool obviously suffered some kind of serious injury and did not die. He has no strength at all. If he could really kill Luan, how strong would he be? Could it be that he was not killed by the fool?" Another person asked. The young man said, "I think it was that dying old man who killed him." It was him, but many people saw it was the fool who killed him, and it was the fool who turned stone into gold. The young man laughed, and there was a trace of disdain on his face, and said, "How can mere mortals understand the world of cultivators? How can they believe what they saw with their own eyes?" "That's right. Any camouflage art can fool them." The others were relieved. "That's just one of the reasons. Didn't you notice who was drinking tea with the old man? It's another old man." Such an answer made the young man's mouth twitch, and he emphasized, "It's a mortal old man. Look at the 2 of them sitting together happily," and the other party's stunned expression after that. Obviously, they don't know that the other party is a cultivator, so that old man has been hiding it. That's why he killed Lu En, to hide it. The others nodded, and they secretly praised the young man's wisdom and insight. Old Zhang did not expect the village chief of Zhang village to be a cultivator, and an extremely powerful one at that. Sitting together with the other party made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he could not sit still. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Old Zhang, there's no need to be like this. You and I will be like before, and I don't want others to know about this." Old Zhang's mind was shaken, and it took him a long time to calm down, and he nodded. At night, Zichen woke up, and Zhang Feng appeared in Zichen's room like a ghost. He said to Zichen, who had just woken up, "You've seen what happened during the day. These are only a part of the people. They already know the general direction of the mortal essence fruit, and I believe that it won't be long before they find it." Zichen looked at Zhang Feng and said, "There are only 5 of them. I don't believe that you can't kill them." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "The appearance of the mortal essence fruit will trigger the power of rules, and it will cause a big commotion. If it were any other time, I would naturally kill them. But the situation now is that there are many cultivators here. Once the mortal essence fruit appears, it will definitely attract their attention. Killing them to silence them is only temporary, but the backlash will be greater, and it might even involve many powerful cultivators. How long do you need to recover?" "Soon," Zhang Feng said, "recover as soon as possible, and then we need to guard the mortal essence fruit and occupy a place first." Zichen nodded, and Zhang Feng left, not bothering him. The white fox was sleeping together with Bing. It was an extremely intelligent little guy. "Now, I'll teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Cultivate diligently." Suddenly, the white fox heard a faint voice in its sleep. It raised its head and looked around, but there was nothing around it. Remember the circulation path of this energy. The faint voice sounded again, and then a stream of energy appeared in the empty area. It then entered the white fox's body and wandered around. A light flashed in the white fox's small eyes, and then it closed its eyes to feel the circulation path of this energy. In the outside world, the white fox was sleeping even more soundly. At the same time, a faintly discernible voice rang out in Binger's sea of consciousness. This voice interrupted Binger's beautiful dream, causing her to pout in dissatisfaction. However, her curiosity towards cultivation soon dispelled this dissatisfaction. The cultivation technique that Zi Chen taught Bing was considered a top-notch one, but it was not a perfect one. This was because her potential was limited. If she cultivated a perfect cultivation technique, her progress would be much slower and she would hit a bottleneck early. Chapter 9, 57. The next morning, Binger woke up early and told Ziqin and Old Zhang about her dream cultivation last night. Old Zhang was very happy to hear the news, but he cautiously signaled Binger to keep it a secret. Everything was just as Zhang Feng said. The number of cultivators that came here suddenly increased. The villagers who had not seen any cultivators for the past 8 to 10 years, or even their entire lives, could often see figures flying across the sky these days. Because of the arrival of cultivators, the area became oppressive. This year's winter was even colder than the previous years. The villagers did not dare to go out to hunt because the ferocious beasts in the deep mountains would always appear these days. Many villagers had already been eaten by the ferocious beasts. In fact, the number of factions and experts that came exceeded Zhang Feng's expectations. He also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Almost every night, he would come to Zichen to ask when Zichen would recover. The mortal essence fruit was in this area. Some cultivators had already locked onto it and started searching. The factions were completely restrained and oppressed. However, this situation lasted for a month, and then it completely exploded. A battle broke out without any warning. The battle between cultivators was destructive, especially in this area where the spatial barrier was not strong enough. Core experts could easily break through the space and see the spatial turbulence behind it. The forest collapsed in the battle, and the rivers were cut off. The mountain peaks disappeared overnight, and the towering forest was turned into flat land in an instant. Many ferocious beasts and demonic beasts sensed the danger and ran out of the deep mountains in a panic. For the villagers living in the outside world, this was a disaster. The ferocious beasts began to attack the human villages, and the demonic beasts often appeared. Many villages were attacked, and the villagers suffered heavy casualties. The small Zhang village was the same. An 8th grade ferocious beast charged into the village and wreaked havoc. Many villagers died, but the ferocious beast was also killed by the hunters. The original battle was still in the deep mountains, and many factions were still holding back. However, the battle soon spread to the outskirts. Under the aftermath of the battle, many villages disappeared in an instant. Mortal origin fruit. This is the mortal origin fruit. Finally, a crazed voice like a clap of thunder resounded throughout the entire area. Just as this voice rang out, Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as a powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. This aura soared into the sky, forming a golden pillar of light. That terrifying pressure caused people to have the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. After Zhang Feng felt the aura released by Zichen, he immediately rushed to the courtyard where Zichen lived. His face was still filled with shock. Obviously, he did not expect that Zichen would be so terrifying. "Grandpa, what happened? Did something happen to Xiao Dai?" Bing supported old John as the two of them ran out of the room. The pressure in the room was too strong for the two of them to bear. Old Zhang's expression was very complicated. He was happy and disappointed. He knew that Zichen had woken up. He murmured, "I'm afraid I can't call him Xiao Dai anymore." "Why?" Bing asked curiously. "He's already awake," old Zhang said. "Ah." Bing was startled at first, but then there was joy on her face. She said Xiao Dai woke up. "That's great." Old Zhang glanced at Binger and said to himself, "Silly girl." Xiao Dai woke up and became a high and mighty cultivator. He and you will be in 2 different worlds. You two will not be fated to be together. All the villagers in Zhang village were alarmed. They all ran here, either outside the door or watching from afar. The golden pillar of light slowly dissipated, and so did the oppressive pressure. All the villagers knew that Xiao Dai had woken up. It had been 3 months since Xiao Dai appeared in Zhang village. In just 3 months, their lives were completely disrupted. Their rhythm was disrupted, and their temperament was exposed. Xiao Dai woke up and became a real immortal cultivator. Old Zhang's family is going to be rich, really rich. In everyone's mind, they seemed to see Xiao Dai waking up and pointing at a mountain. As the golden light surged between his fingers, the mountain became a gold mine. Old Zhang's family had inexhaustible wealth. Even their pillows were golden. Originally, they also had such treatment, but they exposed their nature too early and didn't persist. They missed this great opportunity. Everyone wanted to see what Xiao Dai looked like after waking up, so they all crowded to the door of old Zhang's house. Some climbed up the wall, and some boldly walked into the yard. The pressure in the stone house disappeared. Bing grabbed old Zhang's clothes tightly and looked at the stone house in front of her. She was nervous. She was eager to know what Xiao Dai looked like after waking up, but she was afraid to know. What if he was a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? What if he was as tall as a bear? Binger was extremely nervous, and her face was filled with worry. At this moment, Zichen walked out of the room. Zichen was still Zichen. He was still wearing the coarse clothes that old Zhang bought and Bing sewed for Zichen. He was still the same. His facial features didn't change. His eyes were his eyes, and his nose was his nose. But when people saw Zichen, they obviously felt that he was different from Xiao Dai. If one had to compare the difference between the two of them, it would be the soul. The original Xiao Dai was a person without a soul, but the current Zichen was a complete person. Zichen came out and walked to old Zhang and Bing. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to them. Zichen thanks you for saving my life. Zichen, so your name is Zichen. Get up, kid. Old Zhang helped Zichen up. Zichen, your name sounds better than Xiao Dai. Do you know me? Bing smiled. Zichen smiled and rubbed Bing-er's head. Of course I know you. You are the cutest Bing, Zhang Yubing, right? Zichen still remembered Bing. Bing smiled happily. The scene of Zichen waking up and giving them a gold mountain didn't happen in the other villagers' imagination. Just when they were regretting and rejoicing, Zichen's bright and gentle eyes fell on them. In an instant, his eyes became cold, indifferent, and emotionless. Xiao Dai's memory was Zichen's memory. He knew what happened in the past few months. Although Xiao Dai's soul was incomplete, silly, and couldn't speak, his hearing was far better than normal people. His memory was also better than normal people. Even if someone whispered something, he would remember it deep in his mind and wait for Zichen to read it. The villagers in front of them were the poorest group of mortals. Because mortals were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, they were undoubtedly the lowest class. They couldn't even provide for basic food and clothing. To put it bluntly, they were all pitiful people in the same situation. Shouldn't they band together to get through the difficulties together? In fact, Xiao Dai's soul saw the ugliness of the human world. Even among these poor people, there were still fights and schemes. Zichen didn't like these people very much. At this moment, his eyes completely showed his emotions. In the eyes of the villagers, Zichen had returned to how he was when he killed Lu Sun. He was cold, emotionless, and killed without batting an eyelid. Moreover, under these cold eyes, they felt as if all the schemes in their hearts had been seen through by him. Originally, there were a few people who wanted to go up and greet him, but when they felt Zichen's indifferent aura, they gave up on this idea. Boom! At this moment, there was another explosion between heaven and earth. This explosion spread out like thunder and spread to all areas. When they heard the explosion, all the villagers' faces changed drastically. There is a mortal energy fruit here. Whoever brings this news to the outside world and brings it to those forces will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. After the explosion, there was a crazy voice. This voice was crazy and ferocious, with a hint of hysteria. Hearing this voice, Zichen and Zhang Feng's faces both changed. This person was so cruel. Obviously, he wanted to arouse the greed of the villagers in this area. Greed was not the right word. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. 10,000 taels of gold was enough to change a person's fate. This was an opportunity. The opportunity was right in front of them. Everyone would fight for it. Haha. 10,000 taels of gold as reward. Go quickly and bring this news out. The mortal energy fruit has appeared. Amidst the explosion, the voice sounded again. Kill. Aren't you able to kill? Let's see if you can kill everyone. The villagers who were outside all ran away and returned home as fast as they could. Moments later, they took their rations and left their homes, heading straight for the outside world. The same scene played out in other villages. Just as more than 10 villagers ran out of Zhang village, a surge of power came from the horizon. Under this power, these villagers did not even have time to scream before they were silently turned into dust. Seeing this, the other villagers' faces were filled with fear, and they all retreated. The energy in the horizon was surging and spreading. Everywhere it passed, houses collapsed, and screams could be heard. 2 Dan primordial realm cultivators were fighting in the horizon. They were at the peak of the Dan primordial realm. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and they retreated as they fought, heading towards Zhang village. As the 2 of them fought, the energy in the horizon continued to surge and spread downwards. If this continued, once the 2 of them passed over Zhang village would disappear from history. However, the 2 of them didn't seem to care about the lives of these villagers. One of them was an ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator, while the other was a Hotian expert. That voice had come from that ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator, and the one who had fled was him. He exchanged a blow with the Hotian expert in the air. After several more houses were destroyed, the Hotian expert shouted, "The people of the Martial Heaven Alliance can bully others. Many mortals have already left. Let's see how many people you can kill." The screams continued, but the 2 in the air ignored them. The Hotian expert repeatedly attacked, trying to kill the ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator. The 2 of them flew in a straight line, destroying houses and killing villagers. In practically the blink of an eye, the 2 of them arrived above Old Zhang. Destructive energy swept down. Chapter 958. The energy that swept downwards was actually blocked. Such a scene was completely out of the expectations of the 2 of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Then, a look of joy appeared on the ordinary Jin Yuan cultivator's face. He knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he ran in this direction. His original intention was to sense the powerful aura just now. However, this aura flashed and disappeared, and he could not accurately sense it. That was why he ran in a straight line. He did not expect this strong cultivator to be below. He was about to ask for help. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura surge from below. As he turned his head, he was scared out of his wits. He saw that it was a fist aura that shot up into the sky. It was a golden fist aura, as bright as the golden sun. It tore through space with a terrifying aura. As his expression changed drastically, he also dodged to the side. This attack was not aimed at him, so he could naturally dodge it. However, his opponent, the acquired stage warrior, was not so lucky. This fist aura was clearly aimed at him, and it was too late to dodge. He could only mobilize the ultimate Yuanli in his body to block this attack. This punch was powerful and terrifying. It directly bombarded the acquired stage warrior's body. This was an attack in the air, but it did not prevent the fist aura from exploding completely and unleashing its full power. Boom! The fist aura exploded, turning into a destructive energy that swept up the acquired stage warrior. This destructive energy directly shattered space, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The ordinary Jin Yuan cultivator stared blankly at the huge black hole. From beginning to end, he did not hear any other sound until the energy dissipated. The energy dissipated, and the space healed. A charred corpse fell from the sky and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The ordinary Jinyuan cultivator dodged and stood in the distance, looking at the corpse on the ground. His expression was already extremely shocked. When he felt this aura, he knew that it was extremely powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. One attack, and an acquired stage warrior was killed. Zhang Feng was also in a state of shock. He was also shocked by Zi Chen's powerful punch. He was stunned. To be able to kill a perfected acquired stage warrior with a punch from a distance, this combat ability was indeed ridiculously powerful. I am Song Zhixing. Thank you for saving me, Senior. The ordinary Jinyuan cultivator reacted and quickly thanked him with a fist salute. Save? Who saved you? A cold voice sounded from below. Killing him first will only let you live a little longer. As for a selfish person like you, who only cares about yourself and doesn't care about the lives of others, you don't deserve to live in this world. That cold voice caused Song Zhixing's expression to change once more. He hadn't expected this expert to be so temperamental and call him a selfish person. He hastily explained, Senior, please spare me. It's the Martial Heaven Alliance's people who go too far. I'm not selfish. Clearly, the other party did not know where his selfishness lay. You treat mortals as ants. You deserve to die. The cold voice sounded again. Then, the golden light appeared again and shot up into the sky. Song Zhixing's eyes were wide, filled with disbelief and disbelief. There was absolutely no way for him to block that fist. That fist would definitely kill him. However, he wasn't willing to accept it. He wasn't willing to accept his death, but rather the reason for it. It was actually because he viewed mortals as ants. Mortals were ants in the first place, so there was no need to look at them. However, the other party actually wanted to kill him because the shock waves from his energy had killed some mortals and ants. That was the source of Song Zhixing's unwillingness. Could it be that he, a Grand Peak Primal Core expert, was inferior to a few ants? The golden fist light flashed, and Song Zhixing's body directly exploded. Originally, he had wanted to leave his opponent with an intact corpse, but his opponent didn't even know what he had done wrong. He deserved to die without an intact corpse. After the surging energy dissipated, the entire Zhang village fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared blankly at Zi Chen's courtyard. That silence lasted for 10 breaths before miserable cries and startled cries rang out. Quick, save him! The other villagers also reacted and rushed over to the collapsed houses. There were still a few people trapped within the collapsed houses. Some of them were dead, while others were injured. The majority of them were women, children, and even the elderly. Most of the young men had run out early in the morning. Everyone began to clean up the collapsed houses. However, whether it was the wooden houses or the stone houses, they were not easy to clean up. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind blew away the boulders and scattered the wooden blocks, revealing the villagers inside. Some of the villagers were dead, while others were still alive. Everyone hurried over to help. The gust of wind just now was caused by Zi Chen waving his sleeves. He retracted his sleeves and saw Zhang Feng looking at him strangely. Zi Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Zhang Feng naturally knew about the treatment Zi Chen had received. He said, "What a strange guy." Zi Chen naturally knew what he was referring to. He replied, "The women and children are innocent." Zhang Feng laughed strangely, repaying kindness with evil. Just as they were talking, Bing, and the limping old Zhang walked outside to help the other villagers. Zi Chen looked at the two and said, "A good person is a good person because they have a kind heart. A kind person knows how to be grateful. They can always remember the good of others and ignore the bad. As for others, they can only remember the good they have done for others and ignore the good others have done for them." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Then you are a good person. Are you going to save people too?" Zi Chen shook his head. I am not a good person. Although I can remember the good others have done for me, I will not forget the bad others have done for me. Zichen and Zhang Feng did not go out to save people. All the boulders and wooden blocks had flown away, making it much easier to save people. This time, it was not only Zhang village that suffered this disaster. The nearby Lu village also suffered a violent impact. Less than half of the villagers were still alive. Most of them were still injured. It was very miserable. In the face of such a disaster and impact, the people of the small village seemed to be very united. Everyone extended a helping hand. Of course, there were also a few kind-hearted people, such as Zhang Fei and Zhang Xiaofei's family. They would first go to help the rich people. During the rescue process, their eyes kept looking around, as if they were looking for something. Because they were father and son, the two of them took a long time to prepare the dry food. This caused the two of them to be slower than the others when they came out. It was this delay that saved their lives. Today's situation could not be more normal in the following days. It was not uncommon for cultivators to fight in the air and mortals to suffer. In this regard, Zhang Feng teased Zichen about why he did not care. Zichen did not respond. Zichen was not a bad person, but he was not good to a certain extent, so he would not deliberately help others. However, the entire Zhang village was under Zichen's protection. As long as there were cultivators fighting, once Zichen came here, he would take action. If it was light, he would drive them away. If it was heavy, he would use all his strength to kill them. In the end, because there were too many cultivators fighting, Zichen directly propped up a huge light shield. The light shield protected all the mortals of Zhang village. At the same time, it warned other cultivators that once they stepped into the range of the light shield, they would die. Because of Zichen's protection, the villagers of Zhang village lived relatively well. At least, it was much better than the people outside. After the other villagers heard that Zhang village was protected by a powerful cultivator, they also brought their families and came to seek refuge. Zhang village was very big, and the people who came did not expect to live here. They only wanted a place to hide. In this regard, the good old Zhang opened the door and let the villagers in. The villagers' lives were not easy, and the cold weather and the disaster made their lives even more difficult. Moreover, because they came in a hurry, they did not have many things on them. At most, they would have some jerky, which would be gone soon. Old Zhang and Bing took out their family's winter food and gave it to the villagers. The villagers knew how to be grateful and ate very little every meal. They also knew that old Zhang's family did not have many things. In this regard, Zichen only watched and did not intend to help. Although he was awake, his injuries had not completely healed and he still needed to cultivate. There were battles outside all day, so Zhang Feng gave up on the idea of looking for the mortal essence fruit. He stayed here and waited for the fruit to ripen. During this time, some villagers went out to get food from their original homes. At the same time, they told their relatives the news, which led to more villagers coming to Zhang village. Zhang village was not big, and Zichen's light shield did not cover a large area. Soon it became crowded. However, the area around Zichen was empty, and the villagers did not dare to disturb him. When they looked in his direction, their eyes were full of gratitude and respect. They knew that the cultivator here was protecting them. As more and more people came, the light shield became narrower. Old Zhang could not bear to see the villagers in such a miserable state, but he did not say anything. Bing, on the other hand, came in front of Zichen when she came back. She did not say anything and just looked at him. Feeling Bing's gaze, Zichen opened his eyes and looked back at her. The two did not say anything and just stared at each other. In the end, Zichen admitted defeat. This place is too big, and there are too many villagers. You can't save everyone. Bing did not answer and just looked at Zichen. Zichen said helplessly, "Even if you let them all stay, what about food? It's freezing here and they will die without food." Bing still did not answer and just looked at Zichen. In the end, Bing won the battle. Zi-chan waved his sleeve and the golden light shield expanded by half its original size. Yay, I won! Bing! I stood up and waved her little fist at Zi-chan. Then she walked quickly to Zi-chan and kissed him on the cheek. Zi-chan was stunned. Bing smiled and said, I knew it, you are the best. With that, Bing ran into the room. After closing the door, she turned around and leaned against the door. Her face was red and her heart was beating fast. Even when she patted her chest, she could not suppress it. Finally, she stuck out her tongue. Her face was still hot, but her heart was filled with happiness. Chapter 9:59. Zhang Xiaofei, and Zhang Xiaofei's mother had been wandering around the area all day. At this moment, they were walking among a group of refugees with their heads held high. Wherever the three of them went, the refugees would nod and bow to them. In response, the three of them only snorted coldly. Although the three of them were disliked, they knew that Zhang Xiaofei had saved the lives of powerful cultivators, so no one dared to offend them. Hey, newcomers! Zhang Fei walked up to an outsider. It was a family of three. They had just arrived, and there was a man with a woman and a child who was not even 1 year old. At this moment, the child was still wearing thin clothes. His little face was red from the cold, and his big black eyes were staring at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei walked over and hugged the woman and child. The man who was hugging the three of them quickly stood up with a respectful expression. Do you know the rules for coming here to seek shelter? Zhang Fei asked coldly. Rules. The man's eyes were filled with confusion. Do you think you came here for free? Zhang Fei lowered his voice and said to the man. At the same time, he stretched out his hand toward the man. The man naturally understood what he meant. He quickly reached into his bag and rummaged through it. Only then did he find a piece of silver. It was about 1 tael. That's all. Zhang Fei took the silver and stared at the man. The man nodded with a sad face and said, My child was sick a while ago, so I spent quite a bit on the treatment. Consider yourself lucky. Zhang Fei coldly snorted. Then he fiercely stared at the woman's face and chest before leaving. Zhang Fei had done this kind of thing countless times every day, so he was very familiar with it. Even Zhang Xiaofei and his mother had become veterans. Zi-chan didn't pay attention to what was happening here, so he naturally didn't know. As for old Zhang and Bing, they were busy thinking of ways to help everyone, so they naturally didn't know either. As for the refugees, because they knew that Zhang Xiaofei was the savior of powerful cultivators, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. It's time to eat. Bing's voice rang out. It was mealtime again. There was a big pot with fragrant meat soup boiling in it. However, compared to before, the meat soup was a lot thinner. Every time it was mealtime, Binger would look around. At this moment, she noticed that Zhang Fei's family seemed a bit sneaky. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing? Binger asked. Zhang Fei put away the silver without a trace and said with a smile, Nothing. Is it time for dinner? Yes. Bing, I did not care about this matter. Haha, it's time to eat. Uncle Zhang, let's see what good food we made today. Zhang Fei squeezed through the crowd and walked over. It was a big pot with meat soup simmering in it. Zhang Fei leaned over the pot and took a deep breath. He sighed, It smells so good. Little Fei, call your mother. Come, it's time to eat. Zhang Xiaofei brought 3 big bowls over. Zhang Xiaofei handed one to Binger and said with a smile, Binger, give Uncle Zhang a bowl and 2 extra pieces of meat. The other refugees did not dare to say anything. However, when the villagers saw Zhang Fei's back, they spat on the ground. This family was really tasteless. They clearly had winter food at home, but they didn't eat it at home. All day long, they followed everyone here to eat and drink. Moreover, during the last rescue, many people who were rescued found that some of their money had disappeared. When Bing was distributing the meat soup, she had a smile on her face. However, when she went back, her smile turned into a worried look. Because the stored food was running out, They had to find a way to get some. But now there were battles everywhere. It was uncertain whether the market would still be around. It was unrealistic to buy food. Bing looked at Zichen and pouted. She muttered, "Stingy guy, you clearly have the ability to help everyone, but you're just watching from the sidelines." Zichen closed his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. "Humph," she snorted at Zichen again and walked back to her room. In the room, Bing, I was thinking of a way to get food. She lay on the bed and muttered, "Should I go out and hunt?" She grabbed the sleeping white fox and woke it up, saying, "Little White, let's go out to hunt wild beasts tomorrow, okay?" The white fox had been sleeping a lot recently. It would only wake up when it was hungry. Moreover, its body had grown a lot and it was more agile. The white fox was still a little confused when it was suddenly woken up. Bing grabbed its 2 front legs and lifted it up. She pouted and said, "Zichen is such a stingy guy. He doesn't want to help everyone. Why don't we go and help everyone? Let me tell you, I'm very powerful now. I'm already at the 5th level of true energy. I've secretly tested it, and I'm very strong. I can definitely hunt some wild beasts." Squeak, squeak. The white fox called out twice. No one knew what it meant. Even if Zichen was here, he might not be able to understand. However, Bing's eyes lit up. She said in surprise, "What? You agree? That's great. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'm going to cultivate tonight." "All right, Little White, do you know what cultivation is?" Squeak, squeak. You don't know. It's okay. I'll teach you when I'm powerful." The sky darkened. Another day had passed. Bing and Little White chatted for a while in the room, then fell into a deep sleep. Zichen got up and walked towards his room. Zhang Feng looked at Zichen's back and said, "You're a good person. You're also one." It was not clear whether the sentence was praise or criticism. Zichen did not return to his room. Instead, he walked towards Bing's room. At this moment, Bing was sleeping with the white fox in her arms. Because Zichen was a cultivator, the entire stone house was not cold. Bing's arm was still exposed as she slept soundly. Zichen sat beside Bing's bed. He extended 2 fingers and pressed on her arm. Then his fingers glowed. A gentle golden energy flowed through his fingers and into her arm. Then it entered Bing's body. This energy flowed through Bing's meridians. It used an extremely gentle method to transform her body and remove the impurities in her body. Bing, who didn't have an outstanding aptitude, was able to reach the 5th level of true Qi realm in a short period of time, just by cultivating in her sleep. This was closely related to Zichen clearing her meridians every night and refining her true Qi. Helping Bing break through was just following the rules. Zichen did not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. After a few circulations, he got up and covered Bing with a blanket. Looking at Bing, who was sleeping soundly, Zichen sighed, "If only I had someone like her to help me when I was cultivating." Thinking back to the time when Zichen wanted to enter the inner sect of the Nimbus martial ancestor, he worked very hard. In the end, he was schemed against by his brothers and almost died. At that time, he was extremely difficult. He was not like Bing, who could reach true Qi level 6 in her sleep. If she was in the Nimbus martial ancestor, she would be an inner sect disciple. Walking back to his room, the devil ape stuck its head out. Zichen said, "Tomorrow Bing is going to hunt wild beasts. Follow and protect her to prevent any accidents." Even though the devil ape was still a miniature version, it nodded when it heard Zichen's words. Bing woke up before the sun rose. When she found that she had reached true Qi level 6, her face was immediately filled with excitement and surprise. "I actually broke through. This is really great. I have great confidence in hunting wild beasts." Afterwards, she dragged the extremely unwilling white fox and tiptoed towards Zichen's room. She pushed open the door to Zichen's room and saw Zichen sitting cross-legged in cultivation. She wrinkled her nose at Zichen and stuck out her tongue. She did not disturb him and quietly left after closing the door, just as she and the white fox walked out of the room. The devil ape turned into a black light and followed them. Hee hee. Today I will definitely hunt a lot of wild beasts. Bing, proudly raised the ring in her hand. This was given to her by the voice in her dreams. It was a storage ring that could store things. Currently, there were some female household items in the ring. The space inside the ring was also very large. Bing, I wanted to hunt wild beasts because there was not enough food and also because she wanted to feel how it felt to store other things in the ring. Bing, I headed straight for the forest in the distance. The white fox followed behind her with light steps. At the back, there was also a black light following behind. Not long after arriving at the forest, Bing found a wild beast. It was a huge wild boar that could barely be considered a vicious beast. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth, like curved blades. This was a big guy. Bing, I was thinking about how many people could eat such a wild boar. At this moment, the wild boar attacked Bing. The wild boar's strength was very strong. As it ran, there was a gust of wind which really scared Bing. She waved her palm and used her true chi to block. The 2 sides exchanged blows and collided. She was at true chi level 6. The wild boar was at most a level 1 vicious beast, which was equivalent to a human at true chi level 1. However, the one who was pushed back this time was Bing. The wild boar's body swayed, and then it charged towards Bing again. The 2 curved fangs flashed with a cold light. Bing was pushed back again, but she was not injured. She usually only cultivated in her dreams. In real life, she almost never used her true chi. Now that she was fighting, she was obviously panicking. At this moment, she finally understood how difficult it was to hunt wild beasts. During this time, the white fox came to help. It was also cultivating, so its strength was not weak. Although it was not very skilled in using its true chi, it was much stronger than Bing. The man and the beast, who were obviously stronger than the wild boar, finally managed to kill the wild boar after attacking it for half an hour. The wild boar fell to the ground, its face pale. Bing, who had used up a lot of her true chi, immediately had an excited look on her face. She walked towards the wild boar, and with a flash of light in her hand, the wild boar disappeared. In the next moment, she felt that there was one more thing in the spiritual ring. Wow, this is too magical, Bing said in amazement. However, killing a wild boar was obviously not enough. At this moment, Bing heard a loud roar from afar. There are still wild beasts. Whitey, quickly go and kill them. Bing was so excited that she did not realize that the true chi in her body had become very little. Moreover, according to her true chi usage, even if she joined forces with Whitey, they would not be able to kill another wild beast. However, Bing was so excited that she did not think about this at all. She quickly came to the place where the roar came from, and then she saw a huge black bear. This was an ice bear, a level 5 vicious beast. Bing could not fight against it. Fortunately, this vicious beast was not alive but dead. Apparently it had just died. Seeing that there was no one around, Bing shouted twice, asking who the prey was. However, she found that no one answered, and there were no other wild beasts around. She simply thought that this was an ice bear that had just been frozen to death. Therefore, she put away the ice bear and decided to return. She brought Whitey back. Seeing the light shield from afar, her face was filled with excitement, and then she entered the light shield. Chapter 960. Zhang Xiaofei, what are you doing? Bing questioned him. Zhang Xiaofei quickly put away the silver and said, Nothing. Nothing. Bing glared at him and said angrily, You're robbing people. Don't you know that? They don't even have a home. They're already very pitiful, and you're robbing them. As she spoke, Bing grabbed Zhang Xiaofei. As a cultivator, Bing's strength was very strong. She snatched the silver in a few moves. Humph, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Bing was angry. Then, she returned the silver to the refugee. However, The latter's face was filled with panic. He didn't dare to take the silver. Zhang Xiaofei saw this and said, "Did you see that?" He didn't dare to take it even if you gave it to him. "This is the payment for taking refuge." "Payment? What payment? Why don't I know?" Zhang Xiaofei was speechless facing Bing Er's question. "Bing Er, don't be angry. This is your Uncle Zhang's idea." At this moment, Zhang Xiaofei's mother walked over from afar. Then Zhang Fei also walked over and said, "Yes, this is my idea." "Why?" Bing looked at the family of 3 with disappointment. "Bing look at them. They're all people who want to take advantage of us. We protect them, but we can't let them eat and live here for free. It's fine if they live here for free, but we can't let them eat for free. Look at how much they've eaten," Zhang Fei said. Bing looked at Zhang Fei and said word by word, "If they want to eat, they should eat my family's food." "Bing, you're wrong. Auntie Zhang has to say a few words to you. In the face of a disaster, there's no need to distinguish between your family and mine. Aren't we all family?" Zhang Xiaofei's mother said. "Family? Fine. Then their food will be provided by you. They'll get it from your family." Bing said angrily. She was just a little girl. She was usually very polite, but today she was really angry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofei's mother's face immediately changed. Her voice was sharp as she said harshly, "Bing what are you saying? You can't do whatever you want just because Ziqin is living in your house. Besides, Xiaofei was the one who carried Ziqin back. Xiaofei is also one of his saviors." If it was anything else, Binger wouldn't be angry. But when it came to this, she immediately got angry. She looked at Zhang Xiaofei's mother and said coldly, "Zhang Xiaofei carried Ziqin back and asked my grandfather for a piece of bull hide as a reward. After that, you took half of it from my house. Ziqin has nothing to do with you." Look at you, little girl. How can you speak like that? How can you speak to Aunt Zhang with such an attitude? Why? Do you treat your aunt as your enemy? Binger was not good with words. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. "Husband, didn't Bing say that our family's Xiao Fei took the barbaric bull skin? From what she said, it seems that we are not loyal. Hurry up and give them the barbaric bull's skin money. Otherwise, they will say that our family's Xiao Fei saved people for money," said Zhang Xiaofei's mother. Zhang Fei glared at Zhang Xiaofei's mother and scolded, "What does a woman like you know? Why are you still talking here? Get lost." Then he said kindly to Binger, "Binger, don't be angry. Your aunt doesn't know anything. Don't mind her. I'm collecting money here because I don't want to see you and old Zhang giving without getting anything in return. Here are 10 taels of silver. Take it and buy some food when you have time." Seeing Zhang Fei take out 10 taels of silver, Zhang Xiaofei's mother was a little anxious, but Zhang Fei glared at her and scolded, "Wastrel." Binger looked at the 10 taels of silver in Zhang Fei's hand. Then she looked at the other refugees. These refugees had fear on their faces. They were afraid that they would be chased out. To them, life was more precious than money. She threw down the silver she took from Zhang Xiaofei and said angrily, "Grandfather, and I don't care anymore. Since you took the money, you can cook for them in the future. Xiaobai, let's go." Saying that, Binger ran back to her house. Her face was full of grievances. "Humph, if you don't care, then don't care. Do you think we can't afford to care? Just because you are Zichen's savior? Don't forget, it was our Xiaofei who carried Zichen back. Our Xiaofei is also one of his saviors. If it wasn't for our Xiaofei," looking at Binger's back, Zhang Xiaofei's face was full of bitterness. "Enough, shut up." A loud shout sounded. Zhang Fei turned his head and scolded Zhang Xiaofei, "You wastrel." Zhang Fei did not finish his words. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in shock. Around them, the other villagers' faces were also filled with fear. Next to them, Zhang Xiaofei let out a cry. Zhang Xiaofei's body suddenly began to shine. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Zhang Xiaofei's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but she could not say a word. The pride on her face had already disappeared and was replaced with fear. She slowly reached out as if she wanted to grab something, but Zhang Fei and Zhang Xiaofei both subconsciously took a few steps back. The fear on their faces was even stronger than the others. The golden light on Zhang Xiaofei's body became even more dazzling. In the end, it became so dazzling that the villagers could not open their eyes. After the golden light reached a limit, it began to shrink. A moment later, the golden light reached a limit that the villagers could bear. When they looked at Zhang Xiaofei again, their expressions were filled with shock. When the golden light fell, Zhang Xiaofei disappeared and was replaced by a golden person. It was as if she was made of gold and was shining brightly. A living person had instantly become a golden person, a person made of pure gold. Everyone could not help but think of the words "turn a person into gold." Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment a voice sounded, "Don't you like money? How about I give you a golden person?" This was Zi Chen's voice. When Zhang Fei and Zhang Xiaofei heard this voice, they instantly woke up. Zhang Xiaofei cried out loudly as tears immediately appeared in his eyes. Then he threw himself at the golden person. As for Zhang Fei, his face was pale. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the void. "Lord, please spare me. Please spare me." In the void, Zi Chen's voice sounded again. "Your greed is the most I have ever seen in my life. Your greed has reached the extreme. Lord, we won't dare. We won't dare anymore. Please spare us." Zhang Fei was already terrified to the extreme. Originally, he did not stop his wife from speaking to Bing, or with such an attitude. In his opinion, if one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop, they would definitely be able to intimidate this little girl. Moreover, with some money, this matter would naturally be resolved. In the future, there would be an endless stream of money in his hands. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually leave. She did not want the money. Zhang Fei's way of thinking was completely based on his own thoughts. In his opinion, everyone would be like him. They would all bend over for money. However, he was wrong. When Bing gave up the money and left, he knew that he was wrong. Who knew that his wife did not see the seriousness of the matter and even dared to speak harshly. Not only did she speak harshly, she even dared to bring up Zichen for saving her life. Whether Zhang Xiaofei saved Zichen or not, Zhang Fei and Madame Zhang were well aware. However, in Madame Zhang's heart, she could completely understand it as giving the other party a few taels of silver to buy the bull's hide. This was equivalent to saving Zichen in the first place. This was purely one-sided self-righteousness. He knew that he was in trouble and wanted to stop it. However, he did not expect that it would be too late. Zichen was furious. Zichen became a cultivator and killed countless people. It was not an exaggeration to say that he killed people like flies. However, he did not do anything to Zhang Fei and his family because, in Zichen's view, although this family was hateful, they did not deserve to die. Humans were strange creatures to begin with. Although this family was selfish, they did not do anything outrageous. However, today their actions touched Zichen's bottom line. There were 2 points. First, they actually reached out to these refugees in his name. They did not care about their miserable lives and asked for money. Moreover, they kept mentioning that he was their savior. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. If they really saved him, he would naturally have nothing to say. However, the truth was that Zichen's life was exchanged for by old man Zhang's bull's hide. Second, and most importantly, they made Bing cry. Bing was such a pure, kind, and kind-hearted girl. They actually made her cry. Moreover, their words were full of Bing's fault. In fact, just this point alone was enough. Zichen also relied on his killing intent to kill. Once he had the intent to kill, he would kill. And it just so happened that Bing, who looked so wronged, made Zichen want to kill her. Zhang Fei's mother became a golden person. Beside her, Zhang Fei was crying and begging for mercy. Zi Chen's killing intent did not decrease, and he did not pity them. He said in a cold voice, "Don't you like money? Then I'll fulfill your wishes and turn you into money." After saying this, the two people's bodies shone with a brilliant golden light. Soon, the two of them also became golden people. The three of them were all made of gold, glittering and dazzling. This was true gold. Following this, there was a crash as the three golden people collapsed and turned into many gold coins that were as big as copper coins. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a chill in their hearts. Even though they saw the gold in front of them, they did not dare to go forward. Instead, they retreated step by step, as if it was not gold but poisonous snakes and scorpions. At this moment, Old Man Zhang limped over. He walked in front of the three piles of gold and looked at the gold on the ground. He sighed and said, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." After that, he turned his head to look at the refugees and said, "Let's divide up these gold coins." When Bing returned to the stone house, she was full of grievances. Zichen opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Were you bullied?" "No, I wasn't." Tears finally fell from Bing-er's eyes. Zichen said, "You're a cultivator now. If anyone bullies you, just beat them up. It's like hunting a wild boar. If you can't kill it in one blow, you can fight for a while. If one doesn't work, you can fight two together." When he mentioned hunting a wild boar, Bing-er's face turned red. She could not even beat a level 6 cultivator. Zichen was obviously mocking her. "You're mocking me." Zichen said, "No, I'm praising you." "Okay, I'm hungry. Hurry up and make something to eat." "I'm not hungry. If you want to make something, make it yourself." Bing-er angrily returned to her room. But soon a delicious meal was served. Without Zhang Fei's family, the refugees' lives were much better. Zhang Fei's house was also given to a few women with young children. Another month passed. Zi Chen's injuries were completely healed, and the fighting in this area had lessened. It seemed that the chaos in this area had calmed down. However, the oppressive atmosphere in this area did not lessen. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. Chapter 961. Outside this area, many cultivators had already gathered. They had completely surrounded this area. There was no way news of the mortal yuan fruit would spread. All cultivators or mortals who tried to leave this place to spread the news would be killed mercilessly. There were over 10 primal core experts in front of this group of cultivators. Although there were many peak primal core experts here, these people were the most special. The youth who had gone to Zhang village to question Zichen and Zhang Feng was also among them. He was one of the leaders of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but amongst these people he could only stand at the back. His status was clearly the lowest. The group of 14 people looked at the endless mountain forest. They didn't immediately enter. Instead, they stood there as if they were waiting for something. These 14 people, including the cultivators behind them, had all been transferred from the Martial Heaven Alliance. At this time, they were under the command of only one power, the 5 elements. "Senior apprentice brother, is the spirit really coming?" asked the youth beside him. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we be waiting here? We'd have long since gone in." The person beside him was a Hotian expert. "It's just for the mortal yuan fruit. We already have Xiantian experts here, and there are so many Hotian experts. Could it be that the spirit is still worried and wants to personally come?" asked the youth. The Hotian expert lowered his voice. "I'm not too sure either. But there's news that there's a problem on the ancient trial path. The spirit is in urgent need of a breakthrough before entering battle." What kind of problem could there be on the ancient trial path? Just as the two of them were whispering, a powerful aura appeared on the horizon. Everyone turned to look and saw a ball of flame appear in the sky. This ball of flame was a figure. It was the Hua family's spirit body. These cultivators were all waiting here under the command of the Hua family's spirit body. "Have you found the mortal yuan fruit?" asked the Hua family's spirit body coldly. The youth stepped forward and respectfully said, "We've found it, but it's not ripe yet." "How long will it take?" asked the Hualing. "About 2 months," replied the youth. "2 months is enough. Bring me over to take a look. Then clear the area. No cultivators or humans are allowed to enter within 50 miles, said the Hualing. Yes. Under the youth's guidance, the group of 15 cultivators flew toward the mortal yuan fruit. Among the 15 people, there was one fire spirit for connate realm warriors, and the rest were acquired realm warriors. All of them were complete primal core realm warriors. This was an extremely terrifying team of Dan Essence cultivators. It was obvious that they were determined to obtain the mortal essence fruit. This was the Eastern continent, and the fire family of the 5 elements was the most powerful family here. The fire family's supposedly invincible spiritual body had already appeared in the world, and it seemed that no one could compete with them. However, just in case, there were still cultivators guarding this area. From now until the mortal essence fruit appeared, no one was allowed to enter or leave this area. They didn't say anything along the way. They went straight for the mortal yuan fruits. Along the way, the other cores saw the scale of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and their expressions changed. "My lord, the mortal energy fruit is just ahead." The young man brought the group to a deep valley. The valley was 500 meters deep and surrounded by mountains, but it was completely bare. The moment they arrived, they could feel that the space here was extremely unstable. The distorted space power had been wreaking havoc. The mortal energy fruit was located in the deepest part of the deep valley. The spatial distortion here was even more severe, and the power of the natural order was surging. When they had been in the air, they hadn't noticed anything strange about this place, but once they landed, they sensed it. At the center of the deep valley, they could vaguely see a small green tree. There were 3 dots of light on that small tree. They seemed to be the mortal energy fruit. Hualing looked around and nodded. Correct? Space is twisting on its own, and there is also the appearance of the natural order. That's a sign that the mortal energy fruit hasn't ripened yet. However, once it ripens, the mortal energy fruit will absorb that natural order. At that time, there will be energy fluctuations. If the mortal energy fruit isn't plucked within a day, it will naturally fall off and disappear. The mortal energy fruit tree will also disappear. This was clearly a secret that the others didn't know about. They just listened quietly. The mortal energy fruit wouldn't appear in the same place. That was because once the mortal energy fruit fell off, the mortal energy fruit tree would also disappear. Now that they saw the mortal energy fruit, Hualing was relieved. Their group had come with a great momentum, and they had no intention of hiding themselves. So there were quite a few cultivators following them. These people only knew about the mortal energy fruit, but they didn't know where the real mortal energy fruit was. They only found out after following them. But so what if they knew about the mortal energy fruit? The group of cultivators had bitter expressions on their faces. They already couldn't resist the Xiantian realm cultivators, but they didn't expect the spiritual body to come as well. The spiritual body was known to be invincible. Even cultivators of higher realms couldn't suppress it. Who else in the same realm could? The fiery man retracted his gaze and glanced at the cultivators in the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face. Stay here for a month. When the mortal energy fruit is about to ripen, I'll give you 5 days to clear this place. The group of people answered respectfully. Then they stopped and waited. There were no more battles in this area. It was completely quiet. However, the air was filled with qi, and it was becoming more and more oppressive. The refugees didn't leave, but they went out regularly. They had to find food. Eating and drinking for free wasn't a long-term solution. With Zichen's help, Bing Er's cultivation level had increased to the Xiantian realm. It was easier for her to deal with the ferocious beasts. She took out many things like magic every time. The refugees had already accepted the fact that she was a cultivator. During this time, Zhang Feng went out once. Then he returned with a gloomy face. Zichen, something happened. It was obvious that Zhang Feng's expression was extremely ugly. What happened? Zichen opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Feng indifferently. This place has been extremely quiet recently. It's because a group of powerful cultivators came. With this group of powerful cultivators here, the others didn't make a move. Zichen raised his eyebrows and said, "Powerful cultivators? How powerful are they?" "Xiantian realm cultivators." Zhang Feng said, "Not only Xiantian realm cultivators, but even the invincible spiritual body came." Spiritual body. Zichen's eyes immediately flashed. He asked, "Which spiritual body?" Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Hua family, the ruler of this continent. Apart from the Hua family's spiritual body, there are also a few Xiantian realm cultivators. I'm afraid there's nothing for us to do with the mortal energy fruit." Zhang Feng had been hiding here for decades for the mortal energy fruit. Now that such a powerful cultivator had come, he was extremely unwilling. Zichen's slightly agitated emotions slowly calmed down, but he was still cheering in his heart. Back when he was surrounded by the aristocratic families and almost died, he couldn't find a chance to repay them. Now that the spiritual body had come, it was obviously a chance for him to do so. The 5 elements aristocratic families were big families. Fighting for resources and killing people wouldn't hurt them at all. Only killing the spiritual body would cause them to be more superior than others. There weren't many of them in the aristocratic families, and they would definitely be heartbroken if they killed one. Seeing Zhang Feng's expression, Zichen asked, "How many mortal energy fruits are there?" Zichen hadn't asked this question because it wasn't necessary. No matter how many mortal energy fruits there were, he was determined to get them. However, with the appearance of the spiritual body, Zichen asked this question. "I'm not sure yet, but I can see 3 light spots, so there should be 3. 3. Zichen said, "Then you should rest assured. The other spiritual bodies will naturally fight for the 3 mortal energy fruits. When the time comes, you might have a chance to get them too." Zhang Feng looked at Zichen's expression and suddenly became strange. Zichen asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "The Hua family is the ruler of this continent, so only the Hua family's spiritual body will appear. And it's the only one," Zhang Feng said. "The only one." Zichen, who had some understanding of the major forces, sneered. "Not necessarily." Then he emphasized, "The spiritual body is not invincible." Zhang Feng didn't agree with this point of view. He said, "The spiritual body has never been defeated since it was born. Only a high-level spiritual body can defeat the spiritual body." Zichen smiled. It seemed that what happened on the ancient road hadn't spread out yet. In the deep valley where the mortal energy fruits were located, the distortion in the surrounding space was even more intense. However, the power of the rules in the depths of the valley was much weaker. Moreover, the 3 glowing spots were even more obvious. One could vaguely see 3 dark, green mortal energy fruits. The 15 people of the Martial Heaven Alliance were seated around the valley. On this day, Hualing opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, the others also opened their eyes. Hualing said, "I'll give you 5 days. Finish this quickly." The 14 of them all stood. One of the Xiantian experts asked, "How many mortal villages are there within 50 miles of this place?" "Don't leave a single one alive." Hualing frowned slightly. Even the life and death of ants had to be questioned. Yes, the 14 of them spread out in all directions. Their goal was to chase away all the life forms within 50 miles, other than humans, that naturally included beasts. The first ones to bear the brunt of the clearing were the distant cultivators. They were all looking for a chance to fish in troubled waters. The battle instantly broke out. With the Xiantian experts attacking, the battle was completely one-sided. Some of the slower cultivators were mercilessly killed. Originally, the many cultivators had scattered like a mob as soon as the battle began. The cultivators could flee, but the mortals were unable to. The mortals that were lucky enough to survive once more suffered devastating blows. Oh, interesting. There are actually people bored enough to care about the life and death of those ants. A Hotian realm martial artist arrived in the sky above Zhang village. On his way here, he had also destroyed Lu village. There were still some mortals who were lucky enough to survive, but all of them had been killed. When he saw the huge light shield that was obviously held up by a cultivator, a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood in the air, looking down at the barrier. Break! A huge palm descended from the sky, covering the sun. An extremely vast and terrifying aura surged from it. The villagers within the barrier were filled with terror when they saw this palm descending from the sky. Panicked cries rang out. Bang! Chapter 962. The light shield shattered, revealing the figures of the villagers below. One could see the fear and helplessness on their faces. Ha! The laughter of the Hotian warrior came from the sky. His smile became ferocious and cruel. Die! Without hesitation, he waved his palm again. The palm print was still as big as before, but without the protection of the light shield, the surging aura on the palm print was even more terrifying. All the villagers collapsed to the ground, their frightened expressions turning into despair. Boom! The palm print exploded, but the terrifying energy did not sweep the villagers below. Instead, it dissipated in the air. Seeing that the palm print was broken, the Hotian warrior was surprised. He smiled and said, "Interesting, interesting." With a flash of light, Zichen appeared. This was the first time he had left the stone house since he woke up. The Hotian warrior sneered, "You finally came out. I thought you were going to hide in there forever." Zichen's eyes were extremely indifferent. He glanced at the opponent and said, "I'll give you a chance to get out of here. Either get out or die." The Hotian warrior's face immediately twisted. He said coldly, "You dare to talk to me like that? You're the one who's looking for death." As he shouted, he began to mobilize the ultimate Yuan force in his body. The ultimate Yuan force formed a sharp blade in front of him. The sharp blade was surging with a terrifying aura. After he shouted, "Slash!" he slashed towards Zichen. The space could not withstand this huge force and shattered under this slash. The cold killing intent on the sharp blade caused the villagers below to turn pale. However, Zichen's expression did not change. As the sharp blade slashed towards him, he only stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Pow! The sharp blade with a terrifying aura was scattered by Zichen's finger. The powerful energy shattered the space, but it could not shake Zichen at all. The Hotian warrior's face changed when he saw this scene. However, he was not afraid. He mobilized the Yuan force in his body for the second time. This time he formed a seal with his hand. Rays of light jumped between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the seal was completed. A vast power surged from the sky. A huge light seal descended from the sky. The glaring light caused all the villagers below to fall into a daze. They subconsciously closed their eyes. Otherwise, the light would have completely blinded them. As the seals fell, a thunderous sound came from the sky. It was as if there was an explosion of thunder. What? The Hotian warrior's complexion finally changed. These two attacks could be considered as his most powerful attacks, especially the second one. It was a technique unique to him and was very powerful, but it was easily broken by a finger. To be able to break his attack with a single finger, and he hadn't even sensed the opponent's cultivation level. Just how powerful was that? Thinking back to what the other party had just said, the angry Hotian martial artist suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This was definitely a terrifying existence. He immediately thought of running away. If we can't win, run. To be able to break his attack with just two fingers, he was definitely no match for such an existence. He couldn't help but guess that the other party was a Xiantian martial artist. Just now I gave you a chance to scram. Regretfully, you didn't cherish it. The icy voice rang out once more, and a powerful aura surged out from behind him. The Hotian martial artist turned around and saw a dazzling fist light. In his eyes, there was only that fist light. In his world, there was only that fist light. The fist light exploded in front of him, and a destructive energy engulfed him. His defenses naturally couldn't compare to Zichen's. That terrifying energy directly tore through his defenses and tore his body apart. The Hotian martial artist didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before his body and his spiritual sense disappeared from this world. The powerful cultivator had been killed in one blow. The villagers below were still in a state of shock. Zhang Feng appeared at the right time. Looking into the distance, he said, "This is the Martial Heaven Alliance's people clearing the area. The mortal yuan fruit is about to appear." Zichen turned around and glanced at Binger and old Zhang. He said, "Wait for 2 more days." "Fine. In any case, there's no rush." Zhang Feng nodded. Zichen returned to his stone house, but he didn't raise a barrier of light. Binger quickly ran over and barged into Zichen's room. She asked, "You're leaving, aren't you?" Zichen didn't answer her question. "I'm going to find something extremely important." Binger looked at Zichen. "You're not coming back, are you?" Zichen didn't reply, but his silence was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Once he obtained the mortal yuan fruit, he would leave and never come back. He had taught Binger the cultivation method and found the spirit fox to accompany her in the hopes that she would be able to protect herself. "You really are leaving?" Binger's voice was choked with sobs. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Binger like this, Zichen couldn't bear it. However, he definitely couldn't bring Binger on this trip. Furthermore, he had already learned from Zhang Feng that this was the eastern region. It was very far from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. In the end, Zichen still had to return to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. After all, he and Binger belonged to 2 different worlds. However, seeing Binger like this, Zichen could only say, "I'm only going to take something this time. I didn't say I wouldn't come back." "You mean you'll come back?" Binger's tears didn't stop. She obviously didn't believe Zichen. "Of course I'll come back. Otherwise, I have nowhere to go." Zichen lied. This was a lie full of loopholes. It was almost impossible to believe, but Binger believed it. She stopped crying and looked at Zichen. "Really? Really?" Zichen saw Binger heave a sigh of relief. Then, she wiped away the tears on her face. She looked like a little kitten. She smiled at Zichen and left Zichen's room. Zichen shook his head and sighed. She's just a little girl whose first love. Time can make her forget everything. In Zichen's eyes, the 17-year-old Binger was naturally a little girl. Moreover, Zichen's real age was much older than old Zhang's. However, in the world of cultivators, age was never a problem. After Binger came out, she left the stone house and went to find her grandpa. Old Zhang was cooking for everyone. When he saw Binger, he put down the big spoon in his hand and signaled for someone to help him. He limped towards Binger. Zichen once said that he would help old Zhang recover from his injuries, but he was rejected. Old Zhang was very firm, so Zichen could only give up. "How is it?" Old Zhang looked at Binger, his eyes full of love. "He's really going to leave," said Binger. Seeing Binger's expression, old Zhang said, "Then did he say that he would come back?" Binger looked at old Zhang in surprise. "Grandpa, how did you know?" "He said that he would come back, and that he had nowhere to go." "Grandpa, is it because his enemies are too powerful?" Old Zhang smiled bitterly. Binger was a silly girl. She believed whatever Zichen said, but old Zhang was not stupid. Although he was a good person, it did not mean that he was brainless. Zichen's actions were obviously perfunctory. He pulled Binger to a place where there was no one else. He looked into Binger's eyes and asked, "Binger, look into my eyes and tell me, do you really want to follow Zichen?" Binger nodded. Old Zhang continued, "He's a cultivator who can fly. You've seen his battle prowess. He's destined to be extraordinary in this life. He's destined to have many female friends." Binger shook her head. "I don't care." That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he definitely won't be able to settle down. If you follow him, you're destined to wander around forever. Binger's expression was firm. I don't care either. Old John nodded. Since you've made up your mind, I have a way to let you two be together. Really? Binger was surprised. You still don't believe me. Old Zhang's face was full of confidence. Zichen waited here for 3 days. He waited for one more day, but no other cultivators came. We should go. Zhang Feng came to find Zichen. Okay. Zichen nodded. Old Zhang, Binger, and the villagers watched as Zichen and Zhang Feng left. The devil ape had completely awakened, but it was still in its miniature form. Although Zhang Feng guessed that the little monkey was extraordinary, he did not know the true identity of the devil ape and its great battle prowess. At a critical moment, the devil ape would definitely be an unimaginable force that could not be ignored. Outside the valley where the mortal energy fruit was, 14 cultivators were standing in the air. Originally, there were 15 of them, but one of them was killed by Zichen. The other 13 people completed their tasks very well. Only Hu Ming was missing. Hu Ming went to the area where the mortals live, so he shouldn't be here. I think he'll be back soon, a warrior in the acquired realm said. The young man suddenly thought of the 2 cultivators from Zhang village. His expression changed immediately, and then he told the others. Hu Ming hasn't returned yet. Is he dead? Was he killed by them? I'll go and have a look, a warrior in the Khanate realm said. Huling waved his hand and said no need. If Hu Ming is dead, the people who killed him will definitely come here. The mortal energy fruit is about to ripen, so it's better to stay here and be careful. We've cleared the area within 100 miles. Are you still worried that someone will dare to come here? A warrior in the Khanate realm asked. Huling smiled. You only cleared the people in the open, but you didn't clear the people in the dark. The people in the dark. Of course, but they're just a bunch of guys who don't dare to show up and meet me. I think they're just ordinary people, Huling said. What an ordinary person. The people of the Hua family are indeed arrogant, but if I'm an ordinary person, then I wonder what you are. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The void split open silently, and waves of powerful aura descended. 5 people descended from the sky, and the aura around them was extremely powerful. Huling turned his head and looked at the person in the lead. His pupils shrank slightly, and beside him there was a cry of surprise. Mighty body! The person who came was the mighty body of the tyrant Dao clan. Beside him, there were 4 people in the great completion of the primordial core realm. They were naturally Khanate realm warriors. As soon as the mighty body appeared, he walked over with his people. Huling turned his head and looked at him. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But at that moment, the spatial distortion in the valley became more intense, and the power of rules became extremely unstable. Then a violent wave of energy spread out in all directions with the valley as the center. Chapter 963. The mortal origin fruit in the deep valley emitted an abnormal fluctuation. The burning man quickly turned around and took 2 steps forward to look at the deep valley. The tyrant body's figure flashed and immediately appeared above the deep valley overlooking it. In the deep valley, the mortal origin fruit tree was swaying, causing the space below to distort even more violently. The power of rules surged toward the deep valley, and the 3 mortal origin fruits became clearer. This was caused by the late stage of the mortal origin fruit. Its speed of absorbing the power of rules was much faster. When it finished absorbing all the power of rules in the deep valley, it would be the time for it to ripen. Hualing's gaze moved away from the mortal origin fruit and looked at the tyrant body with obvious hostility in his eyes. The tyrant body chuckled. 3 mortal origin fruits. We can share them equally. There's no need to fight. How can we share 3 fruits equally? Hualing said coldly. The tyrant body laughed. At most, I'll take 2 and you can have 1. Hualing was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. You're losing, and you want two, but I'm only getting one. He snorted coldly. Dream on, don't even think about getting one. The tyrant body looked at Hualing and joked, Is that so? Seems like you want to fight with me, but you have to be careful. If you can't beat me, run. It won't be good if I accidentally kill you. The spirit body is said to be invincible. How dare you say that you can kill me? Hualing looked at the tyrant body coldly with sarcasm. What an invincible spirit body. The tyrant body laughed. If other spirit bodies are invincible, I have no reason to refute. As for the Hua family's spirit body, it seems that the myth of invincibility has already been broken. Hualing's face turned ugly. He naturally knew what the tyrant body was talking about. Hee, you were killed by a Khanate warrior on the ancient road. The Hua family spirit body is indeed invincible. Sure enough, when the tyrant body mentioned what happened on the ancient road, the expressions of the other cultivators beside Hualing changed. The myth of invincibility had been broken, and it was killed by a Khanate warrior. They didn't know about this, but after seeing Hualing's ugly expression, they confirmed that the tyrant body was telling the truth. At this moment, their minds were shaken. You believe in rumors? The spirit body snorted coldly. Your Hua clan knows best whether or not there is such a thing. Hualing did not plan to delve deeper into this issue. Instead, he said coldly, There are 3 mortal energy fruits here. Let's fight to the death. Whoever lives gets the fruit. All right. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Your Hua clan spiritual body can even kill a Xiantian realm martial artist. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Badao said loudly as the energy around him surged. The two of you, let's just split the mortal origin fruit between us. There's no need to fight. Another voice sounded from the void. Then, with a flash of light, a young man appeared. This was a white-clothed man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was barefooted and flew through the air with a sword on his back. His entire person was like an unsheathed sword. Sword sect, heart of the sword. The pupils of the overlord body and the spiritual body shrank. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jian Xian. The white-clothed man slowly stepped forward. Every step he took seemed to have some sort of rhythm to it. As the Hotian realm martial artists looked at the white-clothed man's steps, they actually felt a sense of dizziness. A person had appeared out of nowhere, and he was in existence comparable to a spirit body. Naturally, the battle could not continue. What do you think? Let's split the mortal origin fruit. Jian Xian stopped 10 steps away from the two of them. From this position, he was able to see the mortal origin fruit below. The mortal origin fruit was about to ripen, and its fluctuations were growing stronger. The law energy in the valley was also growing weaker. One for each of us is perfect. There's no need to fight, said Jian Xian. All right, I agree, said the overlord body. Hua Ling's expression was unnatural. He was the one who had discovered the mortal origin fruit, and he had also brought people to guard it for several months. Why should he split it with them? However, the current situation didn't allow him to argue. Otherwise, if the two of them joined hands, he really wouldn't be able to defeat them. All right, one for each of us. Hualing snorted and nodded. However, whether or not his words were true, he would have to wait until the mortal origin fruit ripened. The fluctuations from the mortal origin fruit grew stronger and stronger. That caused the other cultivators' expressions to change, and they all began to approach. They carefully approached, watching to see if the Martial Heaven Alliance was attacking. However, even when they were a few miles away from the mortal origin fruit, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people didn't attack. From a distance, they saw the people above the valley. Other than Hualing, they also saw the overlord body and Jian Xan. They stopped when they were a mile away from the valley, with others holding them back. Hualing couldn't kill them. However, if they got too close, their lives would be in danger. Damn it, how could it be like this? Zichen and Zhangfeng arrived. Seeing Jian Xian and the overlord body, he cursed. Zhangfeng had returned to his original appearance. He was no longer an old man, but a middle-aged man in his prime. Ziqin had also changed his appearance. He indifferently said, "Only when there are more people will there be more chaos. That's the only way we have a chance." Zhang Feng was a bit unwilling, but 2 or 4 would have been fine. Why did it have to be 3? What if they split the mortal origin fruit evenly and didn't fight? Then we wouldn't have a chance. Zichen gazed into the distance, and a yin and yang light flashed in his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he said, "That may not be the case. Maybe they are greedy enough to want all 3 and start a war." Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "I hope so." Buzz. At this moment, another wave came from the valley. This time, the wave was stronger, and the range of the tremors was wider. "The mortal origin fruit has appeared," Zichen suddenly said. Zhang Feng looked at Zichen in surprise. He saw that Zichen was smiling, but the smile was cold and contained killing intent. Who was he going to kill? Spirit bodies? Zhang Feng was puzzled. 2 more waves came from the valley. After the waves disappeared, there was a cry of surprise in front of them. Then the energy began to surge. The 3 spirit bodies moved instantly. They turned into 3 rays of light and rushed towards the depths. However, at this moment, the space around them began to distort. A huge black hole appeared in front of them. The black hole was like a giant mouth of the netherworld, trying to swallow them. The 3 rays of light clashed in the air and quickly retreated. After the black hole, there would be spatial turbulence. The 3 of them didn't dare to go over. However, at this moment, a blurry shadow swept past them and went towards the valley below. "Damn it, killer!" The fire spirit cursed. Suddenly, a glaring flame surged around his body. He raised his hand and attacked. The flame rushed towards the valley like a fire dragon. The mighty body and Jian Xian also attacked downward. In the sound of explosions, the blurry shadow was forced back. There are indeed 4 of them. 2 miles away, Zhang Feng saw this scene. Hope reignited in his eyes. Not far away, the other cultivators' eyes flickered. It seemed that they would seize the opportunity to rush into the valley at any time. The mortal origin fruit had completely ripened. The fire spirit and the mighty body naturally took action. They avoided the fierce battle and went towards the valley. Right at that moment, the void split open and black holes appeared one after another. Within those black holes, sharp blades with oppressive killing intent shot towards those people. Killer, another killer. Compared to them, these killers were 1 step ahead. They had already discovered this place and launched a surprise attack. At least 4 people died. 3 were seriously injured and 2 were forced to retreat with light injuries. As for the killers, only 1 was killed and 1 was injured. The killers' killing efficiency was very high. Moreover, they retreated after 1 attack. Above the valley, corpses fell. However, before they could fall into the valley, the distorted power of space appeared and directly tore their bodies into pieces. With the birth of the mortal origin fruit, the power of the rules disappeared. However, the space was still constantly distorted. If one was not careful, even a Heaven Realm martial artist would die. The chaotic battle continued. The 4 existences comparable to spiritual bodies were fighting with each other. No one wanted others to enter the valley. The others were also fighting with the killers. Some people were trying to find a chance to sneak into the valley. Some of the cultivators on the periphery couldn't hold back and directly rushed up. The cultivators who dared to come here were all at the great fulfillment realm. They might be nothing in the eyes of the spiritual bodies, but in the eyes of others, they were a force to be reckoned with. Soon, only Zhang Feng and Zichen were left. Zhang Feng sighed and said, "It's useless. There are 4 existences comparable to spiritual bodies guarding there. Their senses are extremely sharp. No one can go in." Sure enough, anyone who tried to go around the battlefield and try to enter the depths would be attacked by the spiritual bodies. What greeted them was either a sword ray with sword intent, a flame dragon, or other attacks. In short, The battle lasted for more than 10 breaths. Many Jinyuan cultivators had died, but no one had succeeded in entering the depths. Seeing more and more Jinyuan cultivators die, Zhang Feng shook his head again and said, "These 4 people are ruthless. They are clearly restraining each other. No one can go in, but they also don't want others to go in. They are looking for an opportunity to kill everyone around." Zichen's gaze was fixed on the 4 people. Killing intent surged in his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about whether to take the mortal origin fruit first or kill first. However, after thinking about it, the two didn't seem to conflict. When he obtained the fruit, he could also kill, and when he killed, he could also obtain the fruit. Zhang Feng shook his head. Disappointment and despair gradually appeared on his face. If we don't kill the spiritual bodies, no one can get the mortal origin fruit. Even if we get it, we can't take it away. In the end, we will still die. Suddenly, Zichen's voice came from the side. "If that's the case, then let's kill the spiritual bodies first." "What?" Zhang Feng was obviously shocked by Zichen's words. However, a bitter smile soon appeared on his face. "Kill the spiritual bodies. They are known to be invincible. How can we kill them?" Zichen shook his head and said seriously, "The spiritual bodies are not invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed out. Zhang Feng looked at Zichen's path in shock and found that he was really going straight for the spiritual bodies. Chapter 964. Zichen went straight for the spiritual bodies. Zhang Feng thought that Zichen was crazy and was simply looking for death. Zichen was very fast and instantly arrived in front of a spiritual body. It was Hualing. Zichen had a deep relationship with the Hu family. He had fought with a spiritual body when he was flying in the sky. After that, they would fight to the death. "You're courting death." Seeing someone rushing towards him, Hualing roared and collided with the tyrant body. He took an excuse to retreat and punched at Zichen with his fist. Zichen also clenched his fist. His eyes were cold, and a golden light shone from his fist. Both of their fists broke through the air and collided in the big dark crack. This was a completely head-on collision. It was extremely violent. It could be considered the most violent collision since the start of the battle. Hualing couldn't help but have a touch of admiration in his eyes. No matter whether this person was dead or seriously injured after the blow, the fact that he dared to collide head-on with him was enough to show his courage and stupidity. It was worthy of praise and admiration. Boom! The 2 fists collided with a deafening explosion. With the 2 of them as the center, a terrifying energy tore through the space and spread in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, the space was shattered. A black hole with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in everyone's sight. The power of this attack was beyond everyone's imagination, causing everyone in the battle to subconsciously look over. After that, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the collision of the energy, a figure flew out. Seeing this figure, everyone's mouths were wide open with an incredulous expression on their faces, because the one who flew out was not an inconspicuous cultivator, but a spiritual body. A spiritual body of the Hu family. When the spiritual body of the Hu family flew out, everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Then they saw that the spiritual body of the Hu family's arm was in a bent state. The bones were broken and protruding. When the other people around saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Not only was the spiritual body knocked back by one blow, but its bones were also broken. The shattered space healed, and the violent energy dissipated. Zichen stood in the air. Everyone was shocked to find that this ordinary-looking guy had no injuries on his body. How is this possible? Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This Zichen had actually injured the spiritual body with a single blow. The surrounding people were clearly stunned as well. "Who are you?" The Hu clan's spiritual body retreated 100 meters. Flames flickered around his body as the surrounding spiritual qi madly converged toward him. With the help of the spiritual body's unique ability, his broken arm was rapidly recovering. "The one who wants your life," Zichen shouted. Light flashed beneath his feet as he dashed toward the Hua clan's spiritual body. The pupils of the Hua clan's spiritual body shrank, and his expression immediately changed. His opponent's speed was even faster than his own. As soon as he thought of this, before he could make an effective counterattack, he saw a fist coming toward his face. This punch was very powerful. After it landed on Hualing's face, it caused his face to tremble 3 times. After that, Hualing's teeth spat out from his mouth along with fresh blood. Then, Hualing's body flew out diagonally. Boom! Hualing's face was clearly filled with shock as he flew out. Flames ignited around his body and turned into a surge of energy that surged out in all directions. He did this to prevent himself from being attacked again when he lost his center of gravity. However, even though he was in the most effective defensive posture, it was completely useless against Zichen. His punch directly shattered the flames that came out from the shock. Then, this punch landed on the other side of Hualing's face. His face still trembled 3 times. After spitting out blood and teeth, he was sent flying in the opposite direction. After 2 blows, Zichen did not intend to let Hualing go. His body flashed again, and he appeared above Hualing. He then lifted his foot and stomped hard on his opponent's chest. This stomp was very powerful. The sky was shattered by Zichen's stomp. Cracks in the space spread out in the sky like a spider web. At the center of the spider web was Hualing's chest. Boom! The powerful energy completely rushed into Hualing's body. As the energy wreaked havoc in his body, Hualing's body was also sent flying towards the mountain ridge below. A cloud of dust rose up, and a huge crater appeared on the mountain ridge. Hualing was lying in the crater, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. All around there was dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichen. At this moment, they forgot about the mortal yuan fruit. Their eyes and minds were filled with Zichen's figure. His figure was tall, domineering, and imposing. His attacks were powerful and sharp. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds. A dignified spiritual body was beaten to a pulp by his 2 punches and 1 kick. One must know that this was a spiritual body. It was known as the invincible spiritual body. After 3 blows, the spiritual body was half dead. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The shock in the eyes of the other spiritual bodies lingered for a long time. With such a powerful existence, it seemed that their chances of obtaining the mortal yuan fruit were very low. Heavens, what kind of existence did Zhang Feng encounter? Zhang Feng bit his tongue hard. When he felt the pain, he realized that it was not a dream. Beating a spiritual body is like beating a dog. Such an existence actually suffered such an unimaginable injury. Heavens, what kind of person is this? Zhang Feng's mind was completely shaken by Zichen's 2 punches and 1 kick. Everyone was in a state of shock. They did not try to snatch the mortal yuan fruit, nor did they try to kill Zichen. It was as if they were stunned and scared silly. Zichen stood in the air. His body was shining with a golden light, like a god of war in golden armor. The void behind Zichen suddenly broke open, and a huge black hole appeared. This black hole appeared without warning, and a cold star appeared in it. This cold star was as black as ink, the same color as the black hole. The cold star quickly expanded from the black hole, and then turned into a sharp blade, piercing towards Zichen's back. While everyone was stunned by Zichen's strength, the assassin, who was comparable to a spiritual body, made his move. He hid and attacked. This strike was completely unexpected. This strike was truly shocking. Puff! The cold star turned into a sharp blade and directly pierced through Zichen's back. Because it was a sure kill attack, the assassin was fully prepared. When the attack landed, its energy surged inside Zichen's body. Bang! Wherever the sharp blade passed, there was an explosion. Zichen's body was completely blown apart. Is he dead? Just as everyone was shocked, the assassin's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, no one could see his face under the mask. If they could see his face, they would have turned pale. Just as Zichen exploded, a figure appeared beside him. It was Zichen. Just now, he dodged the attack with lightning speed and appeared beside the assassin. He was so close to the assassin that Zichen could clearly see his eyelids trembling. I hate assassins. I hate them very much. Just as the assassin felt that something was wrong, a cold voice sounded in the depths of his mind. Then, the assassin felt a pain in his chest. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a glowing palm being taken out of his chest. In the palm of the hand, there was a beating heart. The heart was beating vigorously. Every time it beat, there was a surge of energy. This was the assassin's physical strength. It was very terrifying, but at this moment, even Zichen's hand could not hurt it. The assassin's body was completely frozen in the air. The sharp blade in his hand was still in a forward thrust state. Zichen stood beside him, holding a beating heart in his hand. Bang! In the next moment, Zichen forcefully crushed the heart. Just as the heart exploded, the assassin's body also exploded. An assassin who obtained the inheritance of killing and was comparable to a spiritual body from birth died in front of Zichen. As the assassin's body exploded, even his spiritual body was destroyed. The surroundings were silent, but under Zichen's yin-yang, he could clearly see several assassins who tried to approach him. Their faces were filled with horror as they retreated rapidly in the void. The assassin was dead, and the fire spirit's fate was unknown. Only Tyrant Body and Jianxian were left. When Zichen turned his head and his cold eyes fell on the two of them, a chill rose in their hearts for no reason. This chill was filled with a thick aura of death. The two of them looked at each other and saw a touch of shock and fear in each other's eyes. The two of them almost subconsciously stood side by side and fought side by side. Around him, the Khanate and Hotian martial artists brought by the fire spirit, as well as the innate martial artists brought by the Tyrant Body, all stepped forward and surrounded Zichen from all directions. Who are you? You are a spiritual body of the Jin family. Tyrant Body suppressed the chill in his heart and asked coldly. Zichen's technique was golden light, but did not look like the pure energy of the Jin family. It was accompanied by destructive thunder power, which made them unable to figure out where Zichen came from. Zichen said with a cold face, I'm the one who will kill you. Jianxian's face turned cold. He held the long sword in his hand tightly, and his whole body was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He shouted at Zichen, Kill us? Shameless boasting. Whether it's shameless boasting or not, you'll know after you try. Under the horrified gazes of the surrounding martial artists, Zichen, who was besieged, was the first to launch an attack. His attack was powerful and terrifying, and each of his attacks contained the power to shatter space. The combination of extreme speed and powerful strength made his attack extremely overbearing, and the speed at which he killed the enemy was naturally very fast. An innate martial artist only felt his vision blur, and then he saw a golden fist blooming in front of him. His face changed greatly, and he fully activated his defense. It was useless. Zichen's punch was like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking the defense of the innate martial artist. At the same time, a strong force poured into the opponent's body and destroyed his soul. Zichen had killed a Xiantian martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm with a single punch. Such battle prowess shook the hearts of the surrounding people. The light flashed again, and Zichen appeared in front of another postnatal martial artist. This time he also punched him. This was a punch that could kill a Xiantian martial artist. When it landed on a postnatal martial artist, the destructive force actually turned him into nothingness. A postnatal martial artist was killed by Zichen with a single punch. Zichen's standing was shocking and terrifying. Facing a group of strong martial artists, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering at will. After the shock, the crowd gradually came to their senses. The mortal origin fruit was just below them, and the opportunity to reach the mortal origin stage was just below them, not to mention one terrifying existence. Even if they met 10 of them, they would still fight. Seeing that Zi-chan was restrained, or rather, that Zi-chan was happily killing, the others took the opportunity to sneak into the deep valley. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deep valley. Following that, a turbulent force surged up from below. In this force, there was another person, and it was the fire spirit. Chapter 9:65. Zi-chen's attack did not kill the fire spirit, but he was severely injured in just 3 attacks. Naturally, the fire spirit could sense how terrifying his opponent was, especially when the assassin was killed with a single blow. The fire spirit felt a chill in his heart. The combat power of the assassin was definitely comparable to that of a spirit body, but such an existence was killed with a single blow. The fire spirit could not imagine how there could be such a powerhouse who could suppress a spirit body in this world. One had to know that spirit bodies were invincible. The fire spirit knew that he could not defeat his opponent, so he gave up on the battle and set his eyes on the mortal essence fruit. His opponent was very strong and fast, but the fire spirit still had a way to escape from him. While the battle in the air was extremely intense, the fire spirit decided to take advantage of the chaos to steal the mortal essence fruit and leave. He smoothly sneaked to the side of the mortal essence fruit and was about to pluck it when he suddenly saw a palm-sized little guy in front of him. The little guy was furry and looked like someone's pet. The fire spirit did not pay much attention to it, but in the next moment, the little guy transformed into a tall figure. This figure was as black as ink, and an extremely violent aura surged around it. This scene caused the fire spirit's eyes to widen. There was a deep sense of disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, the tall black figure saw him. There was a flash of black light in his hand, and a black rod appeared. The black stick was as black as ink and was engraved with black runes. The black figure held the black stick and smashed it directly at the fire spirit's head. The runes flashed, and a terrifying aura surged. The injured fire spirit could not avoid this attack. Therefore, the attack landed squarely on his body, and he was forcefully knocked from the bottom of the deep valley to the top of the valley. A violent explosion rang out. When everyone lowered their heads, they saw Hualing standing up in a sorry state. At this moment, Hualing was still coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. This wound was caused by Zi-chen's attack and also by the power of the devil ape's rod. The other cultivators who were preparing to take advantage of the chaos to enter the deep valley saw this scene, and their expressions immediately changed. Then they saw the devil ape in the deep valley. At that moment, the devil ape was reaching for the mortal essence fruit. No. Seeing a mortal essence fruit being taken away by the black shadow, the other cultivators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were crazed and ferocious as they charged towards the devil ape. Because everyone was too angry, or perhaps because they were too anxious, they neglected the power of space in the valley. Space twisted, forming a destructive power. A primal core realm expert was instantly swept away by this power. He didn't even have time to scream before his body disappeared under the destructive power. However, he was the only unlucky one among the group. The others had successfully reached the bottom of the valley and were heading towards the demonic ape. During this time, the devil ape had already successfully plucked 3 mortal origin fruits. It was so greedy that it didn't leave a single one for the others. As soon as the 3 mortal origin fruits were plucked, the mortal origin fruit tree began to emit the power of the rules. As the power of the rules flashed, the mortal origin fruit tree disappeared. With the mortal energy fruit gone and the tree gone, everyone naturally rushed towards the demon ape. At this moment, the demon ape also turned its head, its red eyes filled with endless killing intent. The black rod in its hand seemed to have sensed its master's mood and actually started to vibrate. Then, the demon ape swung the rod and smashed it towards the crowd. On the black rod, runes flashed, and an aura that made people tremble was released. Facing this aura, fear rose in everyone's heart. Then the black rod fell. A Sciention Perfection Realm Sciention martial artist was struck in the chest by the devil ape. A powerful force surged into the opponent's body like a flood. With a loud explosion, the Sciention Perfection Realm Sciention martial artist was smashed into pieces. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the demon ape's black rod fell twice, and 2 Hotian realm experts exploded. At this moment, the demon ape's battle prowess was not one bit weaker than Zichen's. In fact, its killing effect was even greater than Zichen's. This was because as long as a cultivator was hit by the demon ape's black rod, their entire body would explode. Their spiritual sense would disappear along with their body. Wherever the black rod passed, no one would survive. Zhang Feng had already reached the edge of the omphalos, but he did not go down. He looked at the sky in horror and then at the omphalos. His expression was extremely shocked. The one in the sky was Zichen. His battle prowess was strong and could kill spiritual bodies. He was the ally he found. His original purpose was to let him restrain the primal core realm experts. The demon ape below was originally a small monkey, so Zhang Feng did not take it seriously. However, at this moment, the demon ape could kill a primal core realm expert with one strike. The horrified Zhang Feng's mind was also in a mess. The shock brought to him by these 2 people was too great. An alien. This is an alien. Jian Xian and the tyrant body immediately exclaimed after seeing the demon ape's great power. Aren't aliens on the ancient road? Why are they here? The severely injured Hua's spiritual body also had a look of horror on his face. But soon he came to his senses and shouted, "No, this is not an ordinary alien. This is the sky-splitting battle ape." After coming to his senses, he raised his head and looked at Zichen. His face was filled with horror. You are Zichen." At this moment, there were still a few surviving primal core realm and postnatal realm experts. When they heard the fire spirit's exclamation, they were confused. Obviously, they had never heard of this name and did not know why this name could make spiritual bodies pale. However, when the tyrant body and Jian Xian heard this, their faces also showed the same fear as the fire spirit. The tyrant body also exclaimed, "You have 2 pages of the heavenly book and killed spiritual bodies, Zichen." Zichen used his actions to answer the tyrant body. The golden origin energy surging around his body changed again. It became even stronger and reached a perfect state. The so-called perfect state was the strongest power of a primal core realm expert. A primal core realm expert was hit by Zichen's perfect origin energy. His body only trembled for a moment before exploding. He died. After a short while, there were no more primal core realm experts around Zichen. There were only 3 spiritual bodies left. At this moment, the fire spirit activated his supernatural power again and healed his injuries. His combat power reached its peak again. However, the 3 of them did not have full confidence in fighting 3 against 1 because the legends about Zichen were too terrifying. Not only had he killed a spiritual body of the Hu clan at the same level, but it was also rumored that he had killed a spiritual body of the mortal origin realm. Although this rumor could not be confirmed, it was a fact that a spiritual body of the mortal origin realm had died. And this matter had a lot to do with Zichen. Everyone said that you had died on the ancient road. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're really lucky. The fire spirit spoke as he leaped into the air. After knowing that his opponent was Zichen, he did not run away. Zichen was a thunder martial artist and had extreme speed. He knew that he could not run away, so he might as well fight. After more than a dozen cultivators died, they turned back. Their faces were filled with fear. Greed was replaced by fear, and they began to run away. Although the mortal origin fruit was important, the prerequisite was to be alive to obtain it. The way the demonic ape killed, no matter how many people there were, they would still die. Naturally, they were afraid. In the air, The three spiritual bodies formed an encirclement. At this moment, their expressions were extremely serious. The yuan qi in their bodies was also pushed to the limit. 3 against 1. The three of them were still very nervous. All the major forces are looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. The fire spirit spoke again. At the same time he was on guard. Ziqin sneered at the fire spirit. The sarcasm in his eyes became thicker. What? You want to stall for time and let the Hu clan's experts arrive in time? What? The fire spirit's eyes were filled with confusion. Playing dumb. Die. Ziqin's eyes were filled with killing intent. The perfect yuan qi surged around his body, and the lightning wings appeared on his back. He displayed his true extreme speed and rushed forward. The three spiritual bodies looked at each other and launched an extremely powerful attack. This attack was not to kill the enemy, but to block. As long as they could block Ziqin for a while, the Hu clan's experts would arrive, and Ziqin would be dead without a doubt. Ziqin clenched his fist and punched out. This punch used the perfect yuan qi. The bright and powerful golden fist directly shattered the three attacks. Then Ziqin turned into a silver light and flashed in front of the fire spirit. Ziqin, who had completely displayed his extreme speed, gave Hualing a big fright. However, this time he was already prepared. The moment Ziqin appeared, he let out a loud shout and mobilized the surrounding fire yuan power to form a defense. At the same time, he retreated backwards. Ziqin punched out, and a golden light flashed. Pow! The fire spirit's defense was shattered by Ziqin's powerful punch. Now, Ziqin's understanding of the technique had reached a very deep level. His attack power was already the best among those of the same level. The fire spirit's defense was broken. Just as the fire spirit was shocked and frightened, Ziqin's second punch landed on the fire spirit's chest. The perfect yuan qi surged into the fire spirit's body, rushed up his sea of consciousness, and went down to abdomen. The fire spirit was sent flying. As he flew backward, there was an explosion in his body. The sound was like thunder. The fire spirit flew backward for hundreds of meters and fell straight to the ground. After falling to the ground, he did not get up again. A single attack killed the fire spirit. However, this attack was also Ziqin's most powerful attack at the moment. This attack also consumed a lot of his yuan qi. Run. Tyrant Body and Jianxian were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They did not dare to continue the battle and turned to run. The escaping Tyrant Body felt the top of his head turn dark, but there was a shadow of a rod smashing towards his head. The devil ape stopped the Tyrant Body, and Ziqin chased after Jianxian. In front of the world's fastest speed, even if Jianxian displayed the union of man and sword, he still could not be faster than Ziqin. In an instant, Ziqin caught up with Jianxian and bombarded him with powerful attacks. Under the full attack, Jianxian was killed by Ziqin with 2 punches. He died in the same way as the fire spirit. After that, Ziqin returned and killed the Tyrant Body in a powerful manner. The 3 great spiritual bodies were killed by Ziqin just like that. The heavenly martial artists brought by the Tyrant Body and the fire spirit were also killed by Ziqin. The assassins in the dark were caught up by the devil ape and killed one by one. This time the people from the big forces were completely wiped out. In the distance, there were still some cultivators who were running away in a panic. When they saw that the devil ape did not catch up with them, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. At this moment, Ziqin was standing in the air. His majestic figure was like a divine demon. Even the invincible spiritual bodies were killed by him. Who else in the world could kill him? Looking at Ziqin, the word invincible came to everyone's mind. This was invincible, the real invincible. Ziqin was in high spirits. He was like a god of war in golden armor. He stood in the air and wantonly endured the shocked gazes of others. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled, and a lot of rule power suddenly appeared in this area. Chapter 966. Zi Chen's battle prowess was shocking. He had killed 4 spiritual bodies. His battle record was enough to shake the world. However, Zi Chen had also paid a huge price, even though the price was insignificant compared to the life of the spirit bodies. Suddenly, the power of laws surged in the sky. This power of laws appeared without warning and dissipated in all directions. Zi Chen fell from the sky. During this period, the power of laws was like a sharp blade that sliced towards Zi Chen's body. This was a mutation that happened without warning. Zi Chen didn't have time to react before his body suffered a fatal injury. His powerful, perfect body was instantly sliced into countless pieces. It was as though he had been dismembered as he turned into fragments that fell from the sky. However, at that moment, flames burned from Zi Chen's body. This was the flame of life of a perfect body. The flame of life also contained laws, and it was an even more domineering life law. This law completely enveloped Zi Chen, blocking the power of laws that appeared out of thin air. Then, the flames burned and rich vitality began to surge into Zi Chen's body, restoring his body. Zi Chen's body was sliced into many pieces and was completely crippled. However, the flame of life forcefully connected these fragments and used its pure vitality to help him recover. When Zi Chen landed on the ground from the sky, the flame of life on his body was already burning fiercely. He looked like a flaming man. Apart from Zi Chen, the others in the distance were naturally affected. The power of laws enveloped a radius of several miles, causing this area to immediately become a world of laws. Any cultivator who was in the world of laws was sliced apart by the power of laws. Even Zi Chen's perfect body couldn't withstand the cutting of laws, let alone them. In the blink of an eye, this place became a desolate region. There were no longer any living cultivators. The power of laws continued to distort crazily and more. In the end, only rich laws were left. Boom! A tremor suddenly came from the sky as though something was hitting the spatial barrier. This tremor caused the ground to tremble. After the rumble, the surging power of law disappeared and the area became quiet again. However, there were many cultivators here, but none of them were alive. The flames of life around Zi Chen were still burning. After reviving from the ashes several times, Zi Chen didn't dare to say that he had gained experience, but he was no longer unconscious. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, looking at the disappearance of the power of laws in the sky. His spiritual sense was filled with anxiety and madness. The devil ape. He was worried about the devil ape because the power of the rules was too terrifying. Once the devil ape came into contact with it, it would be sliced apart without any suspense. However, his body was still connected and recovering, unable to move. His spiritual senses were also in the flame of life, unable to reach out. Zi Chen had initially guessed that it was the Hoof family that had arrived. However, he quickly dismissed this guess. After all, even an earthly Yuan stage practitioner would not be able to control the power of the heavenly laws. The power of laws in the sky disappeared, but an extremely oppressive aura appeared. This aura even passed through the flame of life, causing Zi Chen to be unable to breathe. Facing this oppressive aura, Zi Chen felt suffocated. It was as if the owner of this aura was as vast as a god. That's right, only a god could have such an aura. Zi Chen had never seen a god before, nor did he believe that there were gods in this world. However, after feeling this oppressive aura, the word God suddenly appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he had the flame of life. Although Zi Chen was frightened, he still had time to think. If he didn't have the flame of life, this oppressive aura would have instantly killed Zi Chen. In this world, only an illusory god could kill someone with just one's aura. A god did not appear. Instead, a colossus appeared. This colossus was made of silver light. It filled the entire world. The silver light was made of lightning. This colossus was formed by endless lightning. Zi Chen opened his eyes wide, looking at this colossus descending from the sky. Every time it got closer to him, the flame of life around Zichen would tremble. At the same time, Zichen's heart would beat violently. That vast divine aura was naturally stronger and more oppressive. In Zichen's sight, there was only the silver light left. As the silver light descended from the sky, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a towering palace. The palace was blurry and no one could see through it. However, Zichen could clearly feel the surging lightning energy around it. Every single bolt of lightning energy could easily kill a mortal origin expert. Furthermore, Zichen was a lightning cultivator and a lightning martial artist. He originally played with lightning. However, he could still feel the threat of death from these lightning bolts. A palace emitting lightning bolts. The pressure it emitted was like the pressure of a god. It was simple, vast, and surging with divine aura. Facing this pressure, Zichen's sea of consciousness revolved with difficulty. After a while, 3 words appeared in his mind. Lightning Divine Palace. According to the legends, the Lightning Divine Palace held the secret to becoming a god. The everlasting sect that had once dominated the southern region was destroyed because they attacked the Lightning Divine Palace. According to the legends, the Lightning Divine Palace appeared once every 10,000 years. It had already been 10,000 years since the everlasting sect disappeared. According to the legends, the lightning region of the barbarian lands was formed after a corner of the Lightning Divine Palace collapsed. Various legends of the Lightning Divine Hall appeared in Zichen's mind as his eyes widened to their limits. He wanted to see exactly what the legendary Lightning Divine Hall was like. However, it was a pity that the current him was unable to move. He could only see the bottom of the Lightning Divine Palace and the endless lightning bolts wreaking havoc. The Lightning Divine Palace gradually enlarged in Zichen's eyes. Very quickly, fear appeared on Zichen's face, because the place where the Lightning Divine Palace descended was actually above his head. He was afraid that the palace would fall and smash him to death. The current him was no longer thinking about whether the reappearance of the Lightning Divine Palace would bring about the destruction of another great power. Instead, he was worried about whether he would die. Earlier, the flames of life had saved his life. Now that the Lightning Divine Palace had descended, the flames of life were clearly much weaker, becoming extremely unstable. Even the recovery of Zichen's injuries had slowed down by a lot. Fortunately, this worry did not come to fruition. The Lightning Divine Palace did not land on the ground. After it appeared in the sky, it trembled for a moment. This tremor tore apart the space in front of it, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. This hole seemed to be several li wide, and in the next moment, the Lightning Divine Palace rushed into the hole. The reappearance of the Lightning Divine Palace caused an indescribable tremor. This tremor could not be sensed by human origin realm experts, and could only be sensed by Earth origin realm experts. In their senses, it was as if an extremely vast aura had descended. This aura caused their souls to tremble. Lightning Divine Palace. This is the aura of the Lightning Divine Palace. 10,000 years have passed, and the Lightning Divine Palace has appeared once again. The demon race has invaded, and the Lightning Divine Palace has appeared once again. Could this be an indication of the impending calamity of the human race? Various sighs could be heard from every corner of the eastern continent. After the disappearance of the Lightning Divine Palace, the flames of life were no longer suppressed, and Zichen's injuries quickly recovered. After recovering, Zichen hurriedly jumped up and shouted loudly, "Demonic ape! Demonic ape!" Zichen rose into the sky and looked down. What he saw were pieces of dissected and incomplete corpses. There was no longer any aura of a living person here. Zichen flew in all directions as if he had gone mad, trying to find the demonic ape. However, he found nothing. Zichen's heart was ice cold, as if his heart was being grabbed by someone. The oppressive aura caused him to be unable to breathe. Even though the Lightning Divine Palace had clearly disappeared, Zichen still had a suffocating feeling. At this moment his eyes were lifeless, and his heart was filled with fear. He was afraid that something would happen to the demonic ape. He was so afraid that he did not even dare to think about it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. This sound came from deep within the valley. Zichen raised his head blankly and saw the demonic ape carrying a black rod rushing towards the sky. Demonic ape. Zichen blinked his eyes. His eyes once again lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Zichen, holding the black rod, the demonic ape flew towards Zichen with extreme speed. His face was still filled with fear, excitement, and astonishment. "You're fine. This is really great." When the power of laws appeared, the first to suffer was Zichen. When the demonic ape saw Zichen's body being dissected, he thought that Zichen was dead. Now that he saw that Zichen was still alive, he was extremely excited. "You're still alive. You're really still alive." Zichen looked at the demonic ape with an excited expression. The two of them were very excited. Then they hugged each other vigorously, and their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. It turned out that when he saw Zichen being dissected, the demonic ape was immediately stunned, and his mind went blank. However, at this moment, a black energy suddenly rushed out from the black rod. This black energy was an energy that the demonic ape had never seen before, and it blocked the power of laws for him. The demonic ape reacted very quickly and immediately rushed towards the deep valley below. The power of laws was wreaking havoc above, but it did not extend to the bottom. Because of this, the demonic ape managed to keep his life. Just now I felt an extremely oppressive aura, and I also felt the black rod tremble. "Just what happened?" asked the demonic ape. "We'll talk about that later. Let's leave first," said Zichen. "Wait a moment." The demonic ape turned into a streak of light, and a moment later, he had many spirit rings in his hand. He raised them and smiled. "These are resources. We can't waste them." Then the two of them returned. On the way back, the demonic ape took out 3 mortal origin fruits and gave them to Zichen. The mortal origin fruits were green, and they looked like emeralds. Each one was the size of a walnut, and they occasionally flashed across the surface of the fruit. 3 mortal origin fruits. I could have given one to Zhang Feng. What a pity. Zichen sighed. Zhang Feng was also dead. Only the two of them were still alive. Zichen took out a mortal origin fruit and gave it to the demonic ape. "Wait until we have time to refine it." The demonic ape was also at the peak realm, and he also needed the mortal origin fruit to break through. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite with Zichen. After receiving the mortal origin fruit, the two of them sped up. Zichen wanted to return to Zhang village. 100 miles was nothing to him. However, before they even reached Zhang village, Zichen smelled a thick scent of blood. His expression changed instantly, and he sped up again with the demonic ape. When the two of them arrived above Zhang village, all they saw were lifeless corpses. Chapter 967. The whole Zhang village was dead silent. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. Other than the corpses, there were no other living people. Looking at the corpses and the villagers' unwillingness and despair, Zichen and the devil ape's faces turned pale. This was not done by beasts, but by cultivators. Cultivators massacred the entire village. To be able to appear here, the cultivators were naturally powerful. Most of them were in the inner core realm, or even the great circle of the inner core realm. However, such powerful cultivators disregarded their status and slaughtered ordinary people. Zichen's heart was burning with anger. Cultivators often said that ordinary people were ants. They were high above. When they saw the ants under their feet, they would let them go if they were in a good mood. If they were in a bad mood, they would kill a large group of them with a single kick. However, ordinary people were humans, not ants. They were the same as cultivators. The only difference was that they had no power. "Where's Bing?" The devil ape's words woke up Zichen from his anger. He spread out his spiritual thoughts and checked all the corpses. He did not find Bing, old John, or little Baihu. They should be fine. Let's go and have a look. Before Zichen left, he gave Bing, a jade pendant that could save her life at a critical moment. At this moment, he had already sensed the aura left behind by the jade pendant. Binger used the jade pendant to help Grandpa and Little White escape. Those people were like crazy. They killed as soon as they arrived. They didn't even say a word. Those people's cruelty made Binger's heart tremble. She was furious, but what she couldn't understand was why Grandpa would take the initiative to attack. Old John, who had taken the initiative to step forward, was injured. In Binger's eyes, Grandpa's actions were akin to sending himself to his death. However, it was precisely because he had been the first to question the other party that the other party had mocked him and disdained him. As a result, the other party had failed to kill him in one strike. Grandpa, hang in there. Zichen will be back soon. He must have a way to save you. Bing, who was already in the connate stage, carried old John and escaped quickly. She activated the jade pendant. She did not know where the jade pendant had taken her. In short, she was afraid. After the jade pendant stopped, she continued to escape. Little Baihu followed beside her. Old John was coughing up blood. His face was pale and devoid of color. However, he looked very peaceful. He did not fear death. The attack just now had completely damaged his heart and lungs. As a mortal, this was a fatal injury. Suddenly, Old Man Zhang started coughing violently. Every time he coughed, a large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth. Bing was so scared that she quickly put Old Man Zhang down and let him lean against a big tree. During this time, her hand never left Old Man Zhang's chest. One stream of gentle natural energy after another suppressed Old Zhang's injuries. Grandpa, wait a moment, I'll find you the pill. Binger's face was also pale, her voice trembling, and she actually forgot how to open the spirit ring. After coughing violently, Old Zhang's face became ruddy, and his injuries seemed to be much better. He waved his hand slowly and said, "No need. I can't take it any more." "No, Grandpa, you won't die. You definitely won't die." Binger cried out loudly, her voice extremely mournful. "Everyone will die, including Grandpa." Old Zhang's voice suddenly became nimble as he asked, "How's Zhang Village?" Binger cried and shook her head. "I don't know, but they are so bad. Zhang Village should be gone." Sigh. Old Zhang sighed. "I can't take care of you anymore. From now on, follow Zichen and be obedient. Don't be willful." Binger kept shaking her head. Her tears could not stop. Old Zhang slowly raised his hand, but it was obvious that he did not have enough strength. His hand was trembling. Binger grabbed Old Zhang's hand and placed it on her face. Old Zhang smiled. "Grandpa is already very satisfied to be able to see you grow up into an adult. Grandpa can die without regrets if he sees you become a cultivator who can fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Grandpa will die with a smile on his face if he sees you meet your sweetheart and be together with her." Old Zhang's face had a satisfied and happy smile. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved and no sound came out. His ruddy face immediately turned pale. After he took a deep breath, the light in his eyes dissipated. "Grandpa." Binger's mournful voice came out from heaven and earth. She hugged Old Zhang and cried. Little Baihu beside her was also crying. Old Zhang was dead, but he still had a smile on his face. It was a happy smile. Zichen and the devil ape heard Binger's mournful cry from a distance. The two of them quickly rushed over and saw Old Zhang leaning against a tree. He was no longer breathing. The two of them landed and looked at Old Zhang, then at Binger. Zichen looked at Old Zhang's expression, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He then bowed deeply to Old Zhang. When Zichen got up, he was filled with admiration and emotion. This was Old Zhang's flesh and blood. Old Zhang had done far too much for Bing. Zichen pulled Bing up and said to the devil ape, "Devil ape, deal with old Zhang's corpse." The devil ape nodded. Zichen pulled Bing over. "Come with me to get revenge." Revenge wasn't just for old Zhang, but also for the villagers. This kind of cruel slaughter had to be paid with blood. A group of people from the Martial Heaven Alliance were rapidly fleeing. They had come from the outer regions, and wherever they went, everything was annihilated. This was what the spirit bodies had told them to do. "It really is regretful to let that girl get away," said a late Primal Core expert. Just what was that pressure? It was so terrifying. Could it be a peerless calamity has appeared? Asked another. They had been continuing their slaughter when they sensed an unimaginable pressure. Only then did they stop and hastily retreat. They even gave up on chasing Zhang Yubing. Who knows? But it should be a terrifying existence. It's useless for us to go. Did the spirit bodies obtain the mortal Yuan fruit? This was a group of over 20 Primal Core experts. There were Celestials as well as ordinary cultivators. They were all from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They had just slaughtered a village of over 1,000 people, but they didn't feel any guilt. It was like they hadn't killed people, but ants. Their only regret was that they had let one person escape. Just as they were chatting, they sensed an aura coming from behind them. The group of people turned around and looked ahead. They saw the little girl who had escaped before, but at this moment, she was being carried by a young man in the air. The two of them were very fast, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zichen stopped and looked at the group of Celestials. He asked Binger, "Is it them?" "It's them. It's him. He's the one who killed Grandpa." Binger pointed at one of the Celestials, her emotions stirred. That Celestial laughed sinisterly at Binger. "I thought it was a pity that you had run away. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me." "Good, very good." Just as they were speaking, a group of people began to approach Zichen and Binger. Their eyes were filled with ill intent, and killing intent surged out of them. Zichen glanced at them and took a step forward. He icily said, "You killed the innocent. You deserve to die." "Haha, you'll have to." One of the Celestials laughed sinisterly, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the youth in front of him release light. 2 rays of light shot out, one from the left and one from the right. Those 2 rays of light transformed into 2 silhouettes, one from the right and one from the left. One of them was surrounded by golden light. He charged at one of the Celestials. "You want to use a clone to kill me? You're courting death." The sky-level warrior was full of confidence. With a loud shout, a pale weapon appeared in his hand. He waved the pale weapon and attacked the golden light clone. The golden clone pointed a finger. Golden energy shot out of his finger and touched the pale weapon. The pale weapon was instantly broken. The celestial cultivator had thought the pale weapon contained a terrifying amount of energy, but it didn't even cause a ripple before it dissipated. That scene made the celestial cultivator's expression change drastically. Terror filled his eyes. He quickly retreated. But that wasn't the end of it. The golden energy continued forward and landed on his body. As the golden light surged, the celestial cultivator's vitality disappeared. His eyes lost focus and his body fell down. On one side, the golden clone had killed a celestial cultivator. On the other side, the silver clone had already killed 3 ordinary primordial core cultivators. They were all killed in one blow. During this time, Zichen and Bing looked coldly at the blue-armored celestial cultivator in front of them. He was the one who'd killed old Zhang. At first, he had a smug expression on his face, and there was a cruel grin on his face, just like when he was slaughtering the villagers. The appearance of the 2 doppelgangers from Zichen surprised him, but he didn't think much of it, because he had many subordinates. He had more people than the doppelganger. When the silver doppelganger killed several people in an instant, and it was a one-hit kill, his expression changed. When the golden doppelganger killed a sky-level warrior who was not weaker than him, his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? He was clearly shocked. His heart was filled with terror. Popping sounds kept coming out. Soon there were dozens of popping sounds. Each popping sound represented the death of a primordial core cultivator. This kind of slaughter speed was even faster than when they had slaughtered the mortal villagers. When they had been slaughtering mortals, they had been smiling sinisterly. But now their expressions were extremely calm. It was like they were slaughtering cats and dogs. Run! The celestial cultivator's fear reached its limit. Finally, before the last person fell, he thought of running. However, as soon as he turned around, he felt a powerful force on his chest. Someone had kicked him. It was that youth. Just now he had been in the distance, but now he was right in front of him. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me," begged the celestial cultivator. Zichen looked at him. "When you were slaughtering the villagers, did you also encounter villagers begging for mercy? Did you let them go?" The celestial cultivator's expression changed once more. "You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If you kill me, you'll offend the Martial Heaven Alliance. At that time, there won't be a place for you in the entire eastern region." Zichen laughed out loud when he heard this. "I even dared to kill a spirit body. I've killed at least 50 Xiantian martial artists, if not 100. Do you think I'll care about a Hotian martial artist like you, who is inferior to an ant?" Chapter 968. After the Heaven Realm expert was killed by Zichen, he brought Binger back to the village. The devil ape set up a grave for old Zhang. Zichen bowed 3 times to old Zhang's grave. Binger knelt on the grave and cried until she fainted. After that, Zichen carried Binger back to Zhang village. The corpses of the villagers were still there, but very few of them were complete. Because the nearby wild beasts had also been killed, no wild beasts came to eat them. Zichen set a fire here, and the flames swallowed the entire Zhang village. A moment later, Zhang village was reduced to ashes. With old Zhang dead and Zhang village gone, Zichen could only bring Binger along. In this kind of situation, he had no choice but to bring Binger along. "Let's leave this place first." Zichen had killed the 4 spiritual bodies here, as well as the cultivators from the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Tyrant race. Adding on the fact that the Lightning Divine Hall had appeared here, it was likely that many experts would come here very soon. Perhaps even Earth origin experts would come. This was no longer a good place to stay, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Zichen carried Binger, and the devil ape followed. The 3 of them left this place. Not long after the 3 of them left, the cultivators who had been guarding the outer perimeter came to investigate. When they arrived at the valley where the mortal origin fruit had grown, they saw many incomplete corpses. There were even spiritual bodies among them. Since the spiritual bodies were dead, the others weren't alive either. This caused their expressions to change, and they hurriedly sent a message back. Not long after, several experts arrived. They were from the Hua family's origin realm. After they arrived, they carefully examined this place. The results caused their expressions to completely change. That was because they could see that these people, including the spiritual bodies, seemed to have been cut by many sharp blades. In other words, these people had been cut to death by many sharp blades. Who has such power to send out so many sharp blades at once? Furthermore, they were able to kill the 4 spiritual bodies, said one of the mortal origin realm experts in shock. Another person shook his head. "I'm not sure, but with such power, the other party is clearly not weaker than the Earth origin realm." Earth origin realm. What kind of expert is the Earth origin realm? Why would they come here and attack the spiritual bodies? The few human origin stage cultivators couldn't come to a conclusion. All of a sudden, they sensed a terrifying chi right next to them. Their expressions changed drastically. The moment they turned around, they saw a young man beside them. At this moment, the young man was currently inspecting the battlefield. At the same time, his gaze looked towards the sky, where the Lightning Divine Hall had appeared. "Senior Qian, The human origin stage cultivators all sensed a vast and terrifying aura from the young man. They were shocked and hurried to salute him. The young man waved his hand and said, "There's nothing for you to do here, you can leave." The few of them didn't dare to say anything else. They bowed once more and left. The young man's gaze swept the surroundings before finally landing on the spot where the lightning divine hall had disappeared. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he said, 10,000 years have passed, and the lightning divine hall has reappeared. This is a chance to become a god." As he muttered, the young man's figure flashed and completely disappeared. As for the few dead spirits, he did not suspect anything. The appearance of the lightning divine temple had produced a power that no human could withstand. Although the spiritual bodies were special, they were still within the range of humans. Therefore, the deaths of these people were all too normal. He would only find it strange if they didn't die. After the young man left, a few rays of light descended in succession. After they investigated the lightning divine hall's whereabouts, they left and did not investigate the deaths of the spiritual bodies. Red Fruit Town was a remote town in the eastern region. The town occupied an area of several dozen miles and was like a small city. The town was jointly controlled by 3 powers, and the strongest person in the town was only at the Flight realm. On this day, 2 youngsters came to the town. They were a man and a woman. The man wore black clothes and looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He had a handsome appearance. The woman wore white clothes and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She was cute and beautiful. The 2 of them arrived at Red Fruit Town and looked around. The man's expression was calm, while the woman was looking around curiously, as though it was her first time going out. Such a perfect match was naturally enough to attract people. The 2 of them entered the town and walked around for an entire day. On this day, the woman seemed to have tasted all the delicacies in the town. At night, the 2 of them stayed in the town. However, the 2 of them asked for 2 rooms, so they were obviously not a real couple. On the second day, the 2 of them continued to walk around the town. 4-5 days in a row, almost everyone in the town knew about this handsome couple. These youngsters were Zi, Qin, and Bing. Zi Chen's original intention was to find a secret place to refine the mortal origin fruit and break through. However, after considering Bing Er's young age and the boredom of staying alone in the mountains, he found a small town to settle down in. As he was not sure how long it would take for him to break through, Zi Qin bought a house in the town at a high price on the 6th day. Bing, bring little Fox out to play tomorrow. In the room, Zi Qin said, "Okay, I'll go out by myself tomorrow." Bing nodded. It had already been a month since old Zhang's death. Bing had also walked out of her sorrowful mood, and she had become much more cheerful. Take these origin stones. Remember, if you feel any danger, send me a sound transmission. As he spoke, Zi Chen fiddled with a jade carving on Bing Er's neck. This was specially made by Zi Chen for Bing As long as she spoke to the jade carving with her mind, she would be able to hear it. Got it. I'm already a true energy boundary expert. No one dares to provoke me. Bing smiled. During this month, Zi Chen helped Bing increase her strength several times. At the same time, he used resources to change her aptitude and cleanse her marrow. Originally, Bing Er's aptitude was very poor. However, Zi Chen stubbornly used a lot of resources and his own perfect yuan power to change her aptitude. Now, Bing Er's aptitude was very high. On the 7th day, Bing Er didn't bring Zi Chen with her when she went out. Instead, she brought along an intelligent white fox. A young and beautiful girl bringing along a white fox naturally attracted a lot of attention, and many people turned their heads to look at them. In the room, Zi Chen took out the mortal origin fruit. It flashed with a green light, and the power of law flashed on it from time to time. The demon ape had already swallowed the mortal origin fruit and was in a deep sleep. It seemed that it could only refine things quickly when it was in a deep sleep. Qin took out the mortal origin fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. After the mortal origin fruit entered his stomach, it turned into a pure liquid. This liquid emitted a green light and contained the power of law. Although the mortal origin realm was still within the range of humans, it was already the pinnacle of the human realm. This kind of existence could touch upon the power of law. The reason why the mortal origin fruit could help people break through to the next realm was because of the power of law it contained. Qin felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his stomach. This fire was roasting and refining this ball of power of law. For Qin, this was destined to be a long journey of refinement. This was because before the mortal origin fruit was completely refined, Qin needed to perfect his strength, yuan power, and spiritual sense. Then he would absorb the power of law to evolve and reach the mortal origin realm. Just as Qin was refining the mortal origin fruit, the other forces finally found out about Qin's location through certain channels. The Bedlam lands, such a trashy place, actually produced such a unique existence. Although they were extremely disdainful of the Bedlam lands, after finding out about Qin's location, a group of experts from various forces headed towards the Bedlam lands. This time, the leaders were 2 mid-stage mortal origin realm experts. Back on the ancient road, due to the suppression of the power of law, those who appeared were all early-stage mortal origin realm experts. But in the outside world, there was no need to suppress one's realm, so the various forces naturally sent out stronger people. However, they didn't have any hope of finding Qin's group in the Bedlam lands because they had received reliable news that Qin was dead. Now, many people were searching for Qin's body in the western region. After entering the transportation array, they finally arrived at the Bedlam lands. The first to arrive was the Jin family. After asking a person, they went straight to the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the outer region. On this day, many cultivators saw cultivators flying over their heads in the heavenly barbarian pavilion's market. Seeing these cultivators, their faces instantly changed. Who are these people? How dare they? Don't they know that the market is forbidden to fly? These people were very fast, flying over the market. By the time the Dan Yuan guarding the market reacted and intercepted them, the group of 8 had already disappeared. The 8 of them appeared in the sky above the heavenly barbarian pavilion, their bodies surging with extremely powerful auras. The 8 of them naturally didn't care about a sect founded by a mere Dan Yuan. But when they arrived and saw the sect protecting formation, their faces were filled with shock, and at the same time they became more serious. Their formation skills aren't weak, and this sect protecting formation is extraordinary, a mortal origin realm expert said. It is indeed extraordinary, but it's effective against early-stage mortal origin realm experts. It's ineffective against mid-stage mortal origin realm experts, the middle-aged leader said coldly. Who are you? Why have you come to the heavenly barbarian pavilion? At this moment, a cold voice came from below. Ask Qin to come out, or we'll slaughter the entire sect, a mortal origin realm expert said coldly. Pavilion Master Qin isn't here. You can go back. The voice from below was even more direct. What an arrogant fellow. The middle-aged leader laughed coldly. Then his body swayed and entered the sect protecting formation. He left, but his voice echoed. After I break the formation, you guys go in and kill everyone. Don't leave anyone alive. The others nodded in agreement, a cold light flashing in their eyes. The formation below was activated, and clanging sounds could be heard continuously. Occasionally, the shouts of mid-stage mortal origin realm experts could be heard. Energy surged violently, and the entire formation was activated. The light of the formation was distorted. The few mortal origin realm experts above were laughing coldly. They were extremely confident in their companions. However, after the 5th shout, the voice changed. It became anxious and hoarse. But after the 6th shout, it turned into a blood-curdling scream. It was unusually mournful, following an even louder clanging sound. The seventh scream stopped abruptly. When the scream disappeared, so did the clanging sound. The distorted formation returned to normal. Everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. But where were the people? The other mortal origin realm experts looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. At this moment, they felt a sudden darkness above their heads, as if a black cloud had covered them. When they raised their heads and saw the black shadow, their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 969. The black shadow was a humongous creature. Just its head alone was as big as a house. After its true form was revealed, it was several miles long and covered the sky. It was a giant tortoise, but not an ordinary one. It was a black tortoise. Its back was full of sharp barbs, like swords that held up the sky, flashing with cold light. A violent aura gushed out from the black tortoise, sweeping down like a tidal wave. There were 7 mortal origin cultivators below, and one of them was in the middle stage. However, when they saw the black tortoise, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Boom! The black tortoise appeared from the void with a surge of magical power, its humongous body pressed down with a terrifying pressure. Why is there such a strong cultivator here? The mortal origin cultivators were shocked and frightened. Then their bodies glowed as they displayed their strongest techniques. The black tortoise landed on the ground. Its chi was like a flood. It was going to use its huge body to crush these human origin stage warriors. The void couldn't withstand the black tortoise's pressure and aura. It exploded with a boom and turned into a terrifying black hole. Inside the black hole, the 7 mortal origin cultivators were struggling bitterly. At first, the 7 of them were shocked, but they still wanted to fight. However, after seeing the black tortoise's power, they lost their will to fight. At that moment, a sharp voice sounded in everyone's mind. The voice shook their souls, causing them to stop thinking for a moment. At that moment, the black tortoise moved. It was like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the few human origin stage cultivators. Right in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the void had been torn apart again, and a huge black hole was coming towards them. 7 human origin realm warriors, including 1 mid-human origin realm warrior, were instantly swallowed by the black hole before they could even react. The turbulent void returned to normal, and the space closed again. The giant black tortoise and the 7 mortal origin cultivators disappeared. The heavenly barbarian pavilion returned to normal, as if everything that happened was just an illusion. In a remote town in the eastern region, Zichen was refining the mortal origin fruit. The fruit contained some power of law. It would take a long time for him to refine it and break through to the next stage. Bing did not put much effort into her cultivation and spent most of her time outside. Although the town was not big, it had everything. A month later, almost everyone in the small town knew that there was a beautiful girl with a small white fox. Because Zichen was always in seclusion, almost everyone forgot about his existence. On this day, Bing went out as usual and went straight to the largest pill store in the town. Arriving at the entrance, Binger saw a beautiful woman waiting there. When the woman saw Binger, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Sister Bing, come over quickly." The woman beckoned Bing over. "Sister May." Bing quickly ran over with Little White following behind her. The sister May that Bing was talking about was called Wu Mei. She was the daughter of the Wu family, the most powerful family in the town. In the entire red fruit town, the Wu family, which had risen up 100 years ago, was definitely the most powerful family. They had been suppressing the 2 big families for hundreds of years, and they had absolute power in the town. Wu Mei's status in the town was naturally princess level. The 2 of them met by chance and became good friends. The word friend was very unfamiliar to Bing. Back in Zhang village, she did not have any friends. Zhang Xiaofei could be considered one, but his actions had made Bing completely disappointed. Since Wu Mei was from a small town, she naturally knew more than Bing, and was more knowledgeable. As the 2 of them chatted, Bing was deeply impressed by Wu Mei's knowledge and was amused every time. In Bing Er's heart, Wu Mei was the closest person to her other than Ziqin. Let's go! I've received news that this pill store has a batch of beauty pills. Wu Mei pulled Bing into the pill store. In the pill store, the service staff was extremely enthusiastic. Bing did not lack cultivation pills, and the quality of the pills she took out were frighteningly high. What she cared about was the beauty pills. Ziqin would not give her that, and Ziqin did not have them. Everyone had a heart for beauty, and naturally that included Bing. Listening to Wu Mei's nagging all day long, Bing had long since been moved. Miss Bing, this is the beauty pills. There are 10 pills in a bottle, and each pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones. The service staff explained. 100 high-grade primal stones. Bing, who did not know much about primal stones, could not help but be shocked by such a high price. That's too expensive. Wu Mei frowned, clearly displeased. The service staff hurriedly explained, "This is purchased from Stone Dragon City, which is thousands of miles away. Not to mention the long journey, this is a real beauty pill, which can keep the skin from changing. If you take it often, it will have the effect of preserving your appearance." Wu Mei was speechless and turned to look at Bing. Sister Bing, this thing is up to you. If it is too expensive, then forget it. 1 pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones. 1 bottle costs 1,000. It's almost equal to my monthly allowance. While speaking, Wu Mei still reluctantly looked at the jade bottle containing the beauty pills. Bing was inexperienced. If Ziqin was here, he would naturally be able to find the loophole in the service staff's words. Wu Mei was only at the true energy realm. When Ziqin was at the true energy realm, he only used low-grade primal stones. When he reached the flying realm, he exchanged them for high-grade primal stones in the Bedlam lands. However, high-grade primal stones were extremely precious. A mere true energy realm, even if she was the princess of a small town, would definitely not be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. Moreover, in such a small town, one had to be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. All right then, I want 2 bottles. Seeing Wu Mei's expression, Bing said without hesitation, 2 bottles of beauty pills, 2,000 high-grade primal stones in total. The service staff's face clearly showed a touch of joy. After receiving the bottles, Bing took out the primal stones from the spirit ring. Ziqin was afraid that she would be wronged, so he gave her enough primal stones. However, because Bing had never come into contact with primal stones, and she had countless primal stones on her, she did not have a deep understanding of primal stones. In her heart, the most important things were gold and silver. If Ziqin had told her that 1 high-grade primal stone could be exchanged for thousands of gold taels, and 2,000 high-grade primal stones could be exchanged for a mountain of gold, she would definitely not be so extravagant. Sister Mei, here is 1 for you. Out of the 2 bottles of beauty pills, Bing gave 1 bottle to Wu Mei. The latter repeatedly refused, but could not resist Bing's stubbornness and could only accept it. Thank you so much, Sister Bing. Let's go eat, Sister will treat. Wu Mei said happily. All right, today I will take advantage of Sister. Bing laughed. After coming out, Wu Mei said, Bing, you go wait there first. I will be back soon. Bing nodded and left happily with Little White. Watching Bing's figure disappear, Wu Mei turned back to the elixir store. She threw the beauty pills that Bing bought at a high price to the salesperson and said, I will sell it to her next time. The salesperson took the pills and then took out the 2,000 high-grade primal stones from before and returned them to Wu Mei. Wu Mei took the primal stones and snorted. What an inexperienced girl. I wonder where she came from, and she has no idea what primal stones are. At this moment, a voice sounded, Sister, you are rich this time. A young man walked out from the backstage with a smile on his face. Wu Yu, it's you. Why are you here? Wu Mei was surprised. I am here to see my future wife. Wu Yu smiled. Future wife. When Wu Mei heard this, her face immediately changed. You are crazy. Don't have any ideas about Bing Er. She may be from a big family. If you have any ideas about her, be careful not to ruin your whole family. She had known Bing Er for more than half a month, and every time she asked where Bing Er came from, Bing Er would be vague or change the topic. Although the two of them talked about everything, Bing Er never talked about her background. She had countless primal stones on her, but she had no experience. She had reached the true energy boundary at such a young age, and she knew nothing about cultivation. If such a person said that she was not from a big family, no one would believe it. Sister, what are you talking about? I am here to find a wife. How can I use underhanded means? A mysterious smile appeared on Wu Yu's face as he said, I heard that you can make her happy for half a day just by casually telling her a couple of interesting stories. Do you think that your younger brother, who has been through thousands of flowers, can't subdue a little girl who has never seen the world? Think about it. If I successfully get her, even her body will be mine. Naturally, all the primordial stones on her body will be mine. That kind of efficiency, isn't it better than scamming thousands and thousands of primordial stones? Wu Mei hesitated. Although 2,000 high-grade primal stones was not a small amount, it was obvious that Bing Er had more on her. Hee, sister, with my methods, if you help me again, I can guarantee that it will be done quickly. When the time comes, I will take care of all the primal stones you need for cultivation. Wu Mei was tempted. Okay, I will help you, but you have to remember, don't have any bad ideas. There is a mysterious young man beside Bing Er, and he has never appeared before. Wu Yu smiled and said, Sister, I have already asked around. When that little brat came, he stayed in a different room from Bing Er, so they are definitely not lovers. That little brat is very young, at most a few years older than Bing Er. Such a person should be the so-called bodyguard of a big family. He grew up with Bing Er, so even if his talent is higher, he has already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. We don't need to be afraid of such a person. Moreover, once Bing Er and I have sex, her family will not be able to pursue the matter, and at that time, our Wu family will really be able to make a comeback. Okay, I will help you with this matter, but I will say the same thing, don't force it. Otherwise, because of your stupid actions, you will implicate the whole family. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Even if I use force, I will definitely succeed. Wu Mei nodded and said, Then you come with me. I am going to have a meal with Bing Er, and I will introduce you to her. Hee, thank you, good sister. Wu Yu chuckled. When the two arrived at the restaurant, Bing Er had already been waiting for a long time. Wu Mei said, I am really sorry for making Bing Er wait for so long. I saw my brother on the road, so I brought him along. Bing Er, you don't mind, right? Bing Er smiled, I don't mind. Then let me introduce you. This is Bing Er, the new beauty of Red Fruit Town, and this is my brother Wu Yu.